Just like a relationship goes through different phases, a collaboration does as well. It goes through the dating, the networking phase, the proposal, and the wedding, which is the official contract. When the academic goal is to collaborate with industries, it is crucial to identify the right confluence. We're glad to have Mr. Dallas Krishnan, Managing Director at Coursera, who surely offers us a successful recipe to collaborate industry and academia. He oversees the enterprise business segment, which helps companies and campuses skill learners to achieve targeted learning outcomes. Over the past 25 years, he has helped companies from startups to large conglomerates transform their businesses by leveraging digital technologies. Mr. Krishnan believes in the power of lifelong learning and upskilling. Universities and campuses have the power of now leveraging technologies to offer blended learning options to better learner engagement. We are proud to announce that Mr. Krishnan is also an executive fellow at Woxsen University. I would now like to welcome Mr. Dallas Krishnan onto the stage to share his views on how to marry industry and academia. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Krishnan.
Very good morning to everyone. My name is Dallas, and thank you for the introduction. So I lead Coursera's India business. So marriage is probably the toughest one to solve. I don't know whether this is probably the right combination and a perspective to compare. But at the same time, let me try and see if I can make some sense to it, get some sense to it. I've been married 27 years, so hopefully there's some experience behind that. Right? Coming in here, first and foremost, very good morning to each one of the members here. I'm not sure whether I'm the right fellow to be a fellow here, but nevertheless, wonderful to be in this august company with each one of you here. Right? My background is in technology. I spent about 27, 30 years in the technology industry. IBM, Amazon, Salesforce, SAP, so those were some of the brands that and companies that I've worked with. But there's a story behind it, and maybe I'll start with that just before I get into the core topic. I actually graduated, rather my undergraduate degree was in agriculture. Right? This was way back in 1992. Yeah, I'm 52 years old, so that probably tells you that. And one of the things that I found really tough during my undergrad days, there is this concept of puddling, right? When you do rice cultivation, you actually have to get into the field. It's slushy and it's full of water, and then that's when you do the transplanting of the rice, right? It's really the hard part of the job. A third year is when, as a student, I was given a farm. A small plot of land, and I had to transplant the rice and then grow, and that productivity of that yield would be measured in the context of how I would get graded. The transplant is a very important process because that finally determines the productivity of the paddy yield that comes out. But it's done in winter. And I was in the northern part of the country where the temperatures can really go down. And as I stepped deep into that water, it almost felt like my feet were getting, cut off into two pieces, right? That was the date that I decided, you know what, this is definitely not for me, right? Not the space as I want to be, and I do want to figure out what else do I do in my life, right? Agriculturist is not probably my cup of tea. So that probably, this is, as I said, late 1992, the country was going through the biggest economic crisis, the balance of payment crisis at that time. I would pass out that year and I would get no jobs because there were no jobs. We were still struggling as an economy. I had no other option, probably get to higher studies, get 2 more years of management degree and see if that changes my life. Did that. and started my career in the services industry as, in hospitality, right? I joined a company called Sterling Holiday Resorts. And I was selling vacation timeshares, selling dreams, right? Fundamentally, that's fundamentally what I did. Around 96, 97 is, some of you who would have been there, is when the economy started picking around the services industry, and especially the technology services industry, right? And that was the point where I said, you know what, this is the early stage of the S-curve of an industry, right time to get in, because there's still a lot of growth left. At the same time, I had no knowledge of how do I get in, right? But nevertheless, it was a hunger for growth and a hunger to learn that led me to bookshops, mentors, people who are willing to coach and teach, that led me to start a technology career. IBM hired me, and I still don't know why they hired me at that time with my background, because when they said RAM in the first session that I sat into the classroom, as I hired as a management trainee, they spoke about CPU RAM, and I said RAM. For me, it was all about ramming my bike or my car here and there, so it was not a positive word. Anyway, long story short, to me, that was probably the point where I realized, as a career switcher at that point, the ability of resources to be available and the way industry shifts and industry changes, the academia will never be able to fulfill when there is an early stage curve of an industry, right? So because education normally is catching up with innovation that the industry brings in, right? So that tells us probably there is a gap, there's an opportunity. The characteristic that you needed as an individual at that time was to be a learner, explorator, and a risk taker. I know Vivek here, I've heard his story, and I'm sure if you haven't met him, please hear his story too. But that probably was a path of a journey where you could transform as a career switcher, whereas an industry, I had the help of industry veterans and industry people who put an investment in me. But I wish I had something more resources for myself as a self-learner, right? So that's one of the journeys that I'm very passionate about learning. That's, to me, the future of work, and I'll speak about that. If somebody asks me, what is the future of work? The one line I'd say is the future of work is learning, right? And that will be the core to how the world will evolve, because every single job that exists today is getting retransformed, right? So that becomes the backdrop of how learning becomes integral to most of the work that we do. So for today's industry academia, this is a time immemorial issue that we have spoken about. I had a few points to make. A few trends that we see in the context of future of work, my one-liner, future of work being learning. Apart from that, I'll talk about what's probably going behind that. Some of the imperatives in the context of academia and industry coming together and say, what are we seeing? Some of the new trends that we are seeing there. There are some emerging concepts. This always existed, but there's some new things that we're starting to notice. We also did a survey recently amongst employers and students, two key stakeholders, right, in the context of an early stage career especially. And we said, okay, what is it that the student is thinking? What is it that the employer is thinking? Is there a way we can bring that context of skill gap? How can we reduce that, right? So the emergence of new skills, emergence of new jobs, how can we connect that into the academia and bridge that speed at which an academia catches up to the skills of the future? There's something that we are experimenting with. We launched something in September. I'll probably give a very brief overview. Not intending to be a sales pitch, but it's a concept. We feel it has legs behind it. We would love to see if it can partner with as many people, be it in the industry, be it in the academia, to see if there is something that we can do more around bridging that gap between academia and industry. The other part, which is also emerging, right, and more so probably in the way the economy is emerging, is the fact that how do you connect, now that if solve for employability. The second part is you solve for for the employee, right, which is in the context of jobs. The two needs to be interconnected, right? So is there something that we can do to interconnect that platform together, where the learning, employability out learning, and then the jobs, can it come together in a more integrated way, right? So that's, today it's a fairly disjointed, broken piece. There's some experiments that we're running. We'll share perspectives and would love to hear if any of you have any ideas around it. It's an experiment. We hope to see if that succeeds. And the last, of course, there's some new trends that we see. It's not just about the academia, industry into the academia in the context of skills. There's a role that we see the academia has in the context of the industry of the future. There are some emerging trends that we're seeing. I'll share a few points. I'll leave it for an open discussion with people. I don't think there is a judgment out there in the sense that this is how it will be, but we are seeing some early trends out there. Does this make a good sense of 6 things that I can speak about? If there are anything else, do ask a question and I'll try and see if I have an answer. And sometimes when I don't have an answer, I'll probably try and make up one. Right? So, 3 things that, and this is something most of you would have heard: automation, digital skills, and across jobs, and remote work. I think this is probably 3 factors that are going to change the future of work. And I'll cover each one of them in a little detail, but some data points around that. This is from the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report. We're talking about automation displacing somewhat 8.5 crore jobs in the future by 2025. I've seen various data points in terms of the jobs that we have today, how that will change, which means to say, if a job is being delivered with a set of skills today, what are the new things that you need to do that same job, right? There are about 40% of the core skills required in a job that exists today are changing. Right? Probably the one which I've seen very closest is the marketer's job. 2010, a marketer's job was a lot more around creativity, and digital tools and data was not even at the center of it. Talk to a marketer today, he won't exist without if he doesn't know data, right? So that's the one. And the one which is probably emerged post-pandemic and accelerated rapidly is the emergence of remote work. There's some stats around it. I can give you our example. In India, we have about 280 odd people. We were an in-office company pre-pandemic. March 2020, pre-March 2020, everybody had to come to the office. We pivoted to remote work because that was the only way. We were 20 people in India, and we scaled to about the 280 number that I spoke about. One thing we realized is that the only way we could grow is to actually go to the talent where the talent is versus the other way around. So we moved into a talent-first model, which became remote-first in the context of how they operate. And that led us to our ability to grow to where we are today in the numbers say. So we do see this as a trend. Now we are probably a very, very, very small company in that context, but I'm starting to see trends around remote work in many, many jobs, right? And there are some global trends in terms of how the global economy of jobs are also going to get impacted in the context of how remote work is emerging. Right? And there are certain jobs that are getting more remote work driven, and certain that who obviously are not so much. All of it is powered by the fact that digitization and industry is transforming itself across the board. Everyone is transforming. In general, people would say manufacturing is the slowest in terms of the change. But we are starting to see data points on our platform which is very, very different. A lot of manufacturing learners, the factor of learners learning digital jobs in manufacturing companies is 1.8x. So companies that are in manufacturing domain learning digital skills for applying to digital jobs are learning at a higher pace than other industries by a factor of 1.8x. So we're starting to, which tells you that there's a lot of different things that are happening in that sector. The automation context, as with most things, it will change, and especially to the youngsters sitting out here. What this means to you is the entry-level jobs of today, probably if you have it in a 4-year course, maybe at the end of 4 years, the jobs that you may find will be very different from the one that you aspired for when you potentially came in. The pace at which the entry-level jobs are changing is massive, right? So there is a lot of these low-skill jobs that are changing, but one of the things that is transforming the entry-level jobs is the fact that there are a lot of knowledge and digitalization of those jobs that is transforming the entry-level jobs space, right? So the other aspect, now, which is the first data point that I spoke about, while there is a reduction in jobs on one side that I spoke about in my first slide, the other side of it is there is emergence of a lot of new skill-based jobs that are emerging, right? And if you see, on the left side is a set of roles. This is data scientists, AI ML specialists, big data specialists. While they have a technology domain to it, the application of those are actually across sectors, right? One of the manufacturing companies in automotive that we work with today hires more data scientists, fresh data scientists in their company than design engineers, right? So this context of the entry-level jobs being technology-driven and being limited to technology companies is not true anymore. Technology jobs getting integrated into traditional jobs, and hence people looking at even traditional jobs, traditional sectors needing digital skills of this nature is going to emerge very, very significantly. Right? So 150 million new jobs, these are some skills that will come into it. Think of it this way. If I have to look at, as a marketer, if I was a marketer, I would need to know a lot more about privacy and trust and cybersecurity. If I don't know that, I'm not doing the right job because bulk of my marketing budgets are anyway digital driven. So think of skills that are digital in nature, but disrupting jobs that are non-digital in nature by tradition, right? So the other aspect is the context of remote work. And if you see the factor here, you'll see a lot of these knowledge jobs are the ones that are more akin to becoming remote driven, right? You can deliver a lot of the knowledge jobs in the context of where they are. And you'll see on the right-hand side, these are people-driven, in-person, cleaning, maintenance, extraction, hospitality, very, very unlikely to be automated and to be delivered remote. But you will find business services, management, education, office administration, scientific technical services, arts and entertainment. These are, if you really think about our lives today, you will start seeing how they can actually be delivered remotely, right? There's a McKinsey study that said what this is going to do, right? Think of the fertility rates and the average age of demography. What this was actually going to do in a country like India is that this will become like the talent hub. About 20% of the global jobs will be delivered out of this country here in India. Right? There's a McKinsey study to it. You can probably Google it. You'll probably find that. And that will be determined by the fact that these are the areas, these are the sectors, these are the type of jobs that will probably come into this country because they can be delivered remotely. Right? Regulations will catch up. Today there are still a lot of regulations that restrict movement of jobs across borders, but I guess over a period of time, regulations always catch up with innovation and changes. The other part which was surprising for me is the country dimension here. If you really see out here, India, by 2025, this is a Gartner report, is actually going to move from something like about 35 to about 42% of the jobs will become remote, right? This is not something that you would today believe, but as I said, but the example that I said for a company like Coursera, where we were completely on-prem to becoming remote, there is a lot more of that happening. So this trend is going to continue, and you will find a lot more jobs becoming remote, including in India, right? So what are the imperatives, right? Now, this is a famous quote from Tim Cook, who talks about the mismatch between skills that are coming out of colleges and the skills that we believe are important for the future. There is a gap, and this is, you can put the name here, Tim, you can take it to probably Thomas Woxsen, and I'm sure it will be as relevant, right? So it's time immemorial. But there's one new trend that we are seeing, and this is very unique. In the earlier days, companies were actually building skills around their technology, right? They were focused around, if Vivek, who's here from Airbus, they are focused around teaching industry or students in the areas of core skills that they need for their company. Now, with the preponderance of digital skills across many jobs that I spoke about in the context of future of work, what we are starting to see is that a lot of the companies have moved away from being attached to their core technology, but are looking at what are the core digital jobs that will emerge in the future and how they can influence that. Because if they don't create that pool, they will equally suffer. So we're starting to see this as a new trend. Google, for example, has this professional certificate on IT support, right? On UX design. Digital marketing, of course, that's at the core of what they do. But think of IT support, project management. These are areas which are not necessarily going to drive Google's business. Similarly, in IBM, while they are big in technology, their courses on data science are not driven around IBM's technology, right? So they are teaching foundations of data science to a large set of people through their professional certification. Meta, Facebook, for example, right, in the social media business, they've launched a bunch of developer courses, right? Because that's at the core of how the future will be. A developer will be at the core of how business transformation will happen, leveraging technology. They've launched courses on front-end developer, back-end developer, database engineers. So you're starting to see this trend where industry is emerging as an educator, and the way they're delivering this is as a micro-credential, right? It is a professional certificate, it's a micro-credential. On the Coursera platform, we have a large consumer platform. There are about 120 million learners who learn on Coursera. It is these certificates that are growing at 200% growth rates versus our traditional courses that are there from a lot of the universities that author on Coursera. There's a huge demand for professional certificates that we are seeing that is disproportionate in nature, right? And they come from not traditional educators, they're coming from people who are from the industry. And while there are a bunch of technology companies here, we're now starting to see non-technology companies emerge here. For example, in India, we have Tally, who has come in to teach bookkeeping, right? Intuit is one globally, right? We're starting to see this trend where industry as an educator is coming as a big trend, and not necessarily in the area of technology that they operate. This was an insight that we saw. So we went back to students and we went back to employers. This was just some data around the survey size and the countries that we covered. So India is about 300 odd students, about 150 employers that we spoke to, an overall student population of 2,500, about 1,100, 1,200 odd employers. And we went and asked them, how relevant is this trend around industry micro-credentials, right? How is it really, really out there? Does it have an impact? Now here is what we broadly found, right? Two key trends. 88% of the students said that a professional certificate will help them stand out, right? So in their profile, in the context of being a career starter. But even more important is how employers are perceiving it, right? About 76% of the employers said they're more likely to hire a student with a professional certificate along with a college degree, right? So we're seeing this two-way process where the students feel this will help them differentiate, this will help them add value to what they're already learning. And this as a trend in the context of employers. So in some sense, you know, we're starting to see a mechanism where the industry and an education system and the context of a career starter, how we are combining all the three together, right? There's a country view to this, given the data set that we spoke about, and if you see this, the employer data, about 92% of employers in India believe that a professional certificate will strengthen a student's application, right? So this is the India data, and if you see here, India is about 92%, Australia 95%, Mexico, it's across the board. Right? It's well above 80. I think the lowest is 86% in the US. Right? So a professional certificate as a value add in the context of an education is something that's emerging very, very strongly. In that sense, mirrors what we are seeing on our consumer platform as a trend into what people are consuming. The same way with the students. Now this is probably, especially, I know some of you are from the various universities, in the context of how students are deciding which universities to go. This is another trend that students prefer to go through a university. And in the morning I was chatting to a few people, some of the students here, and they spoke about why I was asking, why did they choose Woxsen, right? And one of the things that they spoke about, of course, international exposure. They said the amount of industry exposure. So they are looking at beyond what is core taught in the university's curriculum. So we're seeing that trend that reflects out here as well. Students would most likely choose a university program that has a professional certificate integrated with it. Right? So these are some trends that we saw, and so we said, okay, what could we do, right? As a platform company, we believe we leverage technology in trying to bring the education industry in the context of how can we modernize that, and that's the space that we are into. We're not authors. We don't create IP. At Coursera, we don't author anything, right? Our authors are either top companies in the world. You saw IBM's, Salesforce, Google's of the world, or they are top universities of the world. We are not an authoring company. We don't believe in the fact that we are the best authors. We source it from the topmost places from where it can make an impact, where the credential will have a value. So we're saying, okay, what could we do as a platform company in trying to build this and bridge this gap, right? So one of the things that we did recently was, we said, okay, let's begin with the jobs. And if you see some of the jobs that are written here, these are some of the high-paying, entry-level jobs that exist. Be it for a career starter, this is about 6.5 million career starters who learn on Coursera, and about 15 million career switchers who learn on Coursera, right? So we looked at them and said, what are the kind of job roles are they learning for? So these are typically data, software engineering, IT, social media, and marketing. Those are some areas that we find is where people are trying to get into, because that's where the higher paying jobs. Digital jobs tend to be more higher paying than non-digital jobs. So there is this social movement of people who are moving from lower end jobs that are getting automated, wanting to switch a career, wanting to move to a higher paying job, and moving to jobs that have a lot more preponderance of digital skills. Right? So what we said, okay, let's connect. Can we connect the two together with the trend of industry micro-credentials, right? So we brought in something called as a career academy. So we actually went to these companies and said, okay, if these are the jobs that are in high demand, would you be willing to create professional certificates and content that you would be willing, if a person did that course, you would be willing to hire from, right? So we went to Google, we went to Microsoft, we went to IBM. You can see that there are about 50 companies that we are speaking to here. There are 27 of them, so that 27 certs are already on that will probably hit about 50 by end of next year. And they have created these set of professional certificates that lead to an entry-level new job, which are high in demand, and along with a hands-on experience, which gives them hands-on skills. So there is the core learning, and there is also the hands-on learning with no prereq. Right? The fundamental thing being, can it be made available to a career switcher who may not have any background, or a career starter who may be from any background. Some of the children here today, they say that I don't know what I want to do. I'm exploring, right? And that's true. Can we help students explore careers and figure out what they need to get to? So these were some of the hypotheses that we said, okay, can we make that happen? And we launched this thing called Coursera Career Academy. And the way we launched it is it's actually given to institutions. It becomes like an institution's own page. It's not Coursera.org. It's whatever university's own page, and allows for students to discover these careers and then get connected, right? In a sense, this is where industry is hiring. This is where industry is requiring skills. Here is what the industry is saying you learn. And we are trying to marry the two and say, does that bridge that gap between need for skills in the industry, the authors coming from the most credentialed people, and then the job seekers, whether they're a switcher or a career starter, right? So that's the hypothesis that we're trying to experiment with right now. We launched this sometime in September, and we are in the process of now building out profiles. So just broadly, we have today the certificates are around software and IT, data and analytics, and business. This is where we began, these 27 areas. You will find IT support, backend developer, a SaaS programmer, a data engineer, in the data science, a data analyst, and in the business side, email marketing, bookkeeping, UX design, so on and so forth. And we are adding a lot more. So the other thing that in order to make this closer to the academic environment, we took these courses and went to ACE, and we said, okay, now you measure it in the context of rigor of a credit worthiness, right? So you don't want a course to be delivered in a way where it teaches, but it's not credit worthy and has to have a validation of a university academic rigor, right? And academic integrity is a very important part of any academic school. So we're taking each one of these courses and getting that rigor of an academic integrity into the process. ACE has certified quite a few of them, and we're in the process of finishing up the rest as well. Similarly, in Europe, we're trying to do the CTS certification, if I'm right with the testing authority, and same way with India as well. Some more new ones coming, now based on what we have seen initially, we are starting to see it, some more industries joining us. Akamai, we have even business roles like HR. I know there was a student here who said who's studying HR and data, right? I met someone, right? HR and data. An HR associate is actually a HR and data science course, right? So we're starting to see that trend, and people are building these professional certificates that allow for bridging that gap and marrying the so-called industry and academia together, right? Academic credits, credit-worthy, integration into academic system, at the same time aligned to what the industry is needing, and high-authored courses. The other part with students is to make it more discovery-driven, right? So can I start with something and see, am I really cut out? I know data science is something that pays high, it's high demand, but am I cut out for it? They can start exploring, do a career discovery, test yourself for it. If they don't want to, they can move from, I'm not cut out for a technology career. Let me go to start my career as an HR analyst, or maybe I'll start my career as a sales development rep, whatever else it is, right? So it's built in a way that they have a lot of data and information to make those decisions. There is what skills make that job work, what amount of rigor that they need to do to learn. At the end of the certificate, what kind of projects that they need to do. So it's a collection that we've made so that the student also has the ability to discover and see how that works, right? So what next, right? Now that here is a mix of education, mixing up skills that the industry needs. We said, how can we go next and go further and connect them to jobs, right? So that's the next step, which I spoke about. How do I connect people who have learned, built skills, and how can I connect them directly to recruiters? Can I make the recruiter experience, the hiring experience, to be any different than what it is today? Today, it's a very complex process for a recruiter to come find the right student, right? So there are a lot of campus programs that are there. So it's a ton of investment that the companies do. It's a very human process. It's not yet digitized. You use digital tools and assessment and stuff like that, but yet the whole overall process of connecting the learner to the job is still very, very physical, right? We're trying to see what could we do to make that a little bit more connected, right? So this is where we visualize ourselves playing that role. There is the talent supply which comes from universities. There is a talent supply that comes from individuals, and of course governments are working around building skills in the marketplace. And the other side is the talent demand, which is where the employees sit. And we're trying to see how could we be that bridge in between and connect the two together, right? The way we are doing this is a bit like this. We talk of ourselves as a three-sided triangle between the learner, the educator, and the institutions, which is the employers, the colleges, and the government. These are three stakeholders that we see. What we're trying to see is, I'll give you a little bit on the acronyms. C4C is Coursera for Campus, which is what we provide to campuses to deploy in their university system so that students can learn. That's the university version of it. Coursera for Government is the government version of it, when a government wants to do upskilling, reskilling mission around sometimes an economic parameter, sometimes based on demography. There are countries where people are getting aged, but the young population is much lesser to replace the workforce. Hence, they need to have a lot more new digital skills in existing workforce. So many governments are building programs around that. So that's the part that we work with the government, and we call it the Coursera for Government. And then, of course, there is Coursera for Business at the bottom, which is where companies teach their employees to upskill, reskill all the time, right? That's par for the course, been there forever. Now, for us, given we have the interconnection, because the universities are offering this to their students, they're connected to us. They're also my industry partners. They teach on Coursera. Governments are offering this to citizens, and then we have employers teaching. So in a sense, it's a closed ecosystem that we said, okay, can we leverage that? So we went and asked employers, would you be interested if we were to build a learning platform that allows you to look at learners and hire them? What would you want? Similarly, we asked campuses, if we were to bring employers into that ecosystem, would you be keen to connect with them? And of course, government in the context of would you be willing to support through accreditation that allows for this process to work, right? So that's the vision, and what we're doing here is looking at the Career Academy in the context of developing skills. For the learners who learn, there is a learner profile that is built that is built around how you learn. It's not fast forwarding your course and getting a certificate. It actually tracks around how many hours of learning that you put, what were the kind of assessments that you did, how did you do the project. In a capstone, what was the time that you spent in building out a capstone. So there are a lot of software data that gets into building up a learner profile, which is where the recruiter comes in and says, I want to have a learner profile that suits a set of criteria that I need to do. So this is something that we are building out right now. This is a pilot. Prashasti here, my colleague, she's leading that project globally for us. We're calling that as a talent pipeline on the platform, and see how this interconnectedness of industry as an educator, academy as a supplier of talent, and the employer, the companies as an employer can come together in an ecosystem and really make that marriage, not just in skills, but really also the skills to the outcome, learning to the outcome, right? A typical learner profile, this is the early version of the first version that we put up. It will have, based on the data that the student shares, there will be technical fit for a recruiter, the engagement score on how they learned, how are they stacking up in the profile of learners who are there, are they the top 30%? Then as a recruiter, you may also want to meet certain criteria, which may be based on the fact that I may want to look at, let's say if I have a gender diversity issue or an in general diversity issue, or I have a regional issue, a mix. We have about 15 companies that are on the platform that are partnering with us. And similarly about 15 odd universities that we are partnering with. Of need for constant learning and constant skilling and upskilling is what is leading to the fact that can institutions and universities play a role along with corporates? Because today there is no institution. Today, in the context of an early career starter, there is a university ecosystem which is building out the workforce of the future, right? So that's the primary role a lot of the universities play in the context of the industry. But in the context of the long-term learning, we have exec education, management education, but they are really in small pockets. It is not spread out to the large vast of alumni, the people that they have supplied. Can they be the player in this space of making that lifelong learning, which, as I said, the future of work is learning. If that be the core, if lifelong learning is one of the core skills that people need to have, can universities play a role in this space along with the students in their journey of transforming their careers, right? So that's where the 60-year curriculum is emerging as one of the concepts, and we've seen some early examples here between UMesh and MIT and Georgia Tech and IMD Business School. I feel this, while this is one is in some cases I know is being given free of cost because they're testing it out, but I do think this can also have impact in the context of university revenues in the future, right? It's a very new area to have your alumni to be with you forever for their lifelong journey of skills, right? So these are some perspectives that I'll share and leave for all of you to mull on, and to, if there are any questions, as I said, happy to answer any specific questions that you may have. If not, thank you so much for bearing my monologue out here. Thank you.
Yeah, do you have any data on sort of engagement patterns within the certificates? Because there's a lot of anecdotal information we receive that essentially a lot of people start, but the funnel really dips, very short, at the end. So do you have any data on like completion rates, for example, and like, for example, population level, completion rates, how that, changes over time, segmented by, different, categories of learning, something like that, that might be like proprietary information that you have would be very interesting.
Yeah, one thing good about a digital platform is there's a lot of data all the time, right? So, so yeah, learner engagement, learning engagement, what works, different cohorts. There's a ton of data, right? And we actually have a function internally which is a combination of data science and learning experiences, where we're trying to combine and see what do we do to change and motivate a learner to go the whole hog, right? The average completion rates are about 38%, right? 38%, right? Now, that's the course completion rates. Now, there is another context that we started emerging, and when we went back and said, why do people not complete learning? We found that one of the reasons is that they really didn't need to go through the entire thing. They got what they wanted in the first 3 weeks of courses. They didn't, especially in the context of, there is the career starters who are professional they really are looking at certificates. But when it comes to a corporate learner or an individual learner who is trying to pick up something new, it's a lot of it is skill driven, right? He's trying to pick a specific area. We call it in the moment learning or learning the flow of work, where they're trying to know something. So that's one reason. We feel learning in the flow of work is one reason why people don't want to go and complete. When I've started off something on Python and I just needed to know basics enough so that I can have a conversation with my data science team, I'm not really going to sit and code, but I do want to understand how this thing works. So I took my first 3 weeks, of course, from Dr. Charles Severance on UMich, and that was good enough for me. I didn't really end up completing the data science certificate, right? So we see some of those as one reasons. Learning the flow of work, really the credential is not the motivating factor. Career switchers and career starters, we find extremely high completion rates. In a university ecosystem, when it is integrated into the curriculum framework of learning, we have seen completion rates as high as 95%, right? Now, they are driven by sometimes credit frameworks where you earn credits, and the new credit framework that got announced by UGC in India 2 weeks back actually gives 18 credits in 3 areas, which is completely in the hands of the HEI, right? In skill enhancement courses, ability enhancement courses, and there's a third one. Fundamentally around building core technology, digital skills, and stuff like that. The moment you put that into the framework, we see the student uptake is very high. The value-added courses, that was the third one, right? Communication, soft skills, and stuff. So we find credit frameworks in the university ecosystem, student population, increasing learning rates, completion rates very high. Now there's another point that what we are seeing is that there's another unit of learning. We said, is course completion the only unit of learning, right? So we then said, okay, skill measurement and skill proficiency could be another unit of learning. So we actually built an IP about 1.5 years back, and we call that a skill set, right? And the way we did was the entire platform, we worked with World Economic Forum, about 80,000 skills that we have mapped onto the platforms. Underneath all the catalog that we have is powered by the skill graph that we call, which is based on the WEF taxonomy. And then the ability to measure that and link it to roles, and that's where the data came in handy. We know that, data science, who's an entry-level data science person who studies typically these 6 things, is the one who has the better career outcome. So we built there are about 400 roles for which we built these pre-built role-based skill taxonomy, and then role level, depending on an entry level to from a data analyst to a data scientist level, proficiency levels. And then the ability to measure that proficiency. So that's the other part that we are currently working on, where the platform today has these capabilities around using the data around what roles, what skills, and in that skill, what proficiency means what success for you. And that may or may not require you to complete a course, but it tells you, you know what, Dallas, as a data analyst, data visualization is the core skill for you, and that requires you to have intermediate skills. Software programming may not be something that is important, but if you have a foundation skill, that's good enough. So foundation skills, I might just have to study just the 2 weeks of course, but for a data visualization, I'll have to probably go up and do an advanced specialization. There I might complete 2 certificates, and in this area, I might just do a 2-module course. But I will know that in my skill score, I will have that. So the other part of the learner profile is we're now trying to connect these two, right? You know what, if you have to get here, you don't have to complete that course. Do these 3 projects, and that should be good enough for you to be ready. But in this area, finish these certifications or the professional certificate, because that will lead to better job outcome. So yeah, so it's a lot of, it's a very interesting area in pedagogy and jobs, you know, that we are trying to bring together. I know we are over time, so thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Krishnan, for sharing your thoughts with all of us about where can industry leverage academics in the context of future of work and the dire need for job opportunities requiring digital skills. Now I request Dr. Aditi Saxena, the Dean of School of Arts and Design, to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Dallas Krishnan, the Managing. Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving forward, the developments in technology have caused many radical changes in the curriculum of architecture and engineering disciplines. At the same time, generations and their characteristics are continuously changing and shaping newer education techniques. In this context, I would like to welcome our panel members to share their thoughts with a focus on engineering and architecture. Our moderator for the first panel discussion for today is Dr. Abhijit Shirodkar, who is the Dean at School of Architecture and Planning at Woxsen University. Dr. Abhijit did his master's degree in architecture from the University of Roorkee, which is now IIT Roorkee, in Uttarakhand. Before Woxsen University, he worked as a director at Amity School of Architecture and Planning, Amity University, Mumbai. He is an active member fellow of Indian Institute of Architects and a life member at Indian Buildings Congress. It gives us an immense pleasure to have you moderating this important session today, sir. Our esteemed panel includes Dr. Kiran Ravalakulu, who is the Dean, School of Technology at Woxsen University. Dr. Kiran has earned his MSc in Artificial Intelligence from City University, London. He also did a PhD in Neurorobotics from the University of Sunderland in UK. Happy to have you on the panel, sir. Next, we have Dr. Ipsita Nanda, who is the Dean, Faculty of Information Technology, Gopal Narayan Singh University. She has also grabbed her first Australian innovation patent titled System of Internet of Things based on worker safety helmet for mining tracking. Dr. Ipsita has invented an RF-based global positioning framework utilizing a microcontroller integrated circuit equipped into the cap of mining laborers that enables effective monitoring of their traveling inside the mining site. A pleasure to have you on board, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. Kavita Daryani Rao, who is the Vice Chancellor at JNAFAU, who has studied architecture and specialized in housing. She has been involved in academic administration in various capacities. She received the Triple ID Lifetime Achievement Award in 2013 and the Telangana State Government Award on International Women's Day in 2013 and recognized her contribution towards the academics. She has been nominated as a member of the Council of Architecture by the Government of Telangana. An honor to have you on the panel, ma'am. Please give a round of applause for our moderator, Dr. Abhijit Shirodkar, along with the other panel members who will commence the Engineering and Architecture Focus Group Colloquium. Thank you, sir. And a small
Morning, everyone present here. It's almost good afternoon. I mean, after a heavy breakfast, after a lengthy breakfast, it all boils down to cutting short the panel discussion. Anyway, I'm so sorry. I'm going to cut short all your points to half the time. But since I have the mic, since I am the moderator, I'm not going to do that to my speech. We were also supposed to have the President of the Council of Architecture here on board today for the panel discussion. Unfortunately, he has expressed his apologies because he has to be in Jammu and Kashmir today. The council was involved in hosting a competition of a multimodal transport hub at Katra, and he's making the presentation along with the Minister of Road Transport and Highways to the Governor of Jammu and Kashmir. We were actually looking forward to having the President on board as well. But of course, this is what happens. So, if I go to the topic here, defining the purpose in higher education from India to the world. Seems like we have come a full circle. Having on board here Dr. Hybiztv, who comes from the land that gave the world its first university, the Nalanda, where we did that, or we actually exported education to the world. Then we tried to imbibe everything from the world, and now we go back to giving higher education back to the world. A full circle in a very short time. Glad to have you on board, Dr. Nanda. We have the second term Vice Chancellor of JNAFAU. She's already completed one term of 5 years, and she'll be nominated by the government for a second term as the Vice Chancellor of probably one of the first universities of its kind in India, University of Fine Arts and Architecture. A combination, a very potent combination. Glad to have you on board as well. She did communicate her acceptance after a little bit of coaxing and after telling her that the President of the Council was going to be here. I'm sorry, ma'am, that he had to drop out. And of course, we have our own Dr. Kiran. I'm not going to say anything about him. He's my colleague, and he's one of us, so I don't brag about him at all. Okay, so we have a lot of items on the focus areas: evolving need of learners, Vision 2035, bringing climate change to the classroom, entrepreneurship, lifelong education, and of course the first one, as Dr. Krishnan has already said, marrying industry and academia. So I'm just going to keep this short, I said, giving you, all of you, a couple of minutes for your introductory statements before I start bouncing questions to you and to the others. We'll start from the in-house person we have on board, Dr. Kiran.
Good morning, everyone. Well, colloquium is supposed to be something where we will be looking forward for what will be our next plans and everything, especially in the context of engaging engineering and architecture. I do see a lot of scope, these two disciplines, to come forward. These days, in India especially, and its surrounding is being concerned, engineering is having a lot of conflict of interest with its stakeholders to come forward for the development. So that is where I, as an engineering person, would like, or technology person, would like to see that, okay, yeah, how can we support the architectural people, architecture areas, and how do we support them for modernization with the help of technology, and where we'll be able to come forward for spreading the context of research as well, and so on. So that is what my takeaway and expectation is from this particular platform. In a similar kind of manner, once we go ahead for the discussion, I also want to see a scope where these two schools can come together, or these particular areas or domains come together, and what more we can do in context of beyond the classroom. And that is one thing to explore it out.
Good morning to everyone. I think we are standing at a position in time where we are struggling to understand the kind of paradigm shift that's happening in education all around us. This was brought to us in a very forceful manner. Other university affiliated colleges to the state government. I think we have around 1 lakh plus seats in engineering, 1,08,000, out of which 72,000 were filled, and 90% of these were in the computer science and IT related sectors. Most of the other seats have remained unfilled. So there's a lot of change going on around us, and I even stopped to think when I looked at the figures of admission in architecture colleges. Is living in buildings going out of fashion or something? I mean, why would people want to stop taking admission in a upcoming field like architecture? So there's a lot of change in society that's going on that we need to understand. And we are standing at this very sensitive point where we need to really see what people expect from professions. As the previous speaker had said in the previous session, there are so many changes going on that people are not really satisfied with just a college degree. They expect a lot of other skills which need to be added to their basket of capabilities. And we as universities probably need to try to build that into their capabilities before we send them out. So I think this is a very timely discussion that we are having today, and looking forward to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So actually we are leading the world, but while coming to the course curriculum design and all, it's really different, and we are not able to focus what to do, what not to do. So really we should work on global connectivity, and we should design the course curriculum with respect to the demand, like connecting industry with academia. So for me, as I'm a technical person, technology is like changing day to day. So focusing on that, like we should always concentrate on recycling the things. So like
I'll throw the first question. The first question is almost cliched. There's a talk all around about interdisciplinary courses, interdisciplinary education, or multidisciplinary education. I'm going to ask you, and as we talked about in the previous session, the demographies of jobs are going to change. That is what Mr. Krishnan said.
We are studying electronics communication, but with the specialization of data science. We are studying like mechanical, but we can connect it to the electronics, electrical, and so on, like designing, automation design can be connected with the vehicle, like we can say electric vehicles, which are these days trending. So we can connect it with all the industry. We can focus all this practical implementation things with our course curriculum. So it can be interlinked, it can be interdisciplinary. Like we can say that computer science, they can also come into this world of designing, because we can say that recycle is always going on, and recycle of design is very much in demand. So we can say that this is reconfigurable computing. So always all things are interconnected. So these days we don't say Internet of Things. It is Internet of everything. It is Internet of anything. And always it depends on the behavior of the things. So in this way we can connect it.
So you're talking of combining curriculum, let's say, of two programs together and
Yes.
merging them
Yes.
together.
Yes. With the specialization of courses. Yeah.
That's good. I mean, Internet of everything. I like that. So coming down to Dr. Rao, you have been heading a university that combines fine arts and architecture. Nowadays, if I go to see, I'll come to Dr. Kiran also, any artist who comes out, any computer designer who comes out, any architect who comes out, or even an engineer, they go on to doing UI UX. That is the in thing now. What do you do afterwards? You do only user interface and user experience. How do we intend to tackle, as educators in the fields of fine arts or architecture or engineering, how do we intend to tackle this? Are we going to introduce courses like that in here? Because one thing is very simple, if I just go back. The employers today are finding it easier to hire students from the design background and teach them coding rather than take up coders and teach them creativity. It's easier to do the former than the latter. How do we intend to, as educators, to translate this into a reality for our students?
Thank you for the question, Abhijit. It's a very timely thing for me because I have a good answer for you. We have an alumnus of our university who passed out several years back and who studied at the Pratt Institute and now has established his own organization called UMO. And recently we were in talks with him and we have actually started doing what you just said. We have actually started teaching UX and UI to our students. And I'm very happy to tell you that it's being received very well by the students. We have a few hundred students on board with him now. And we have realized and faced the fact that these kind of skills are now a part of the bundle of skills that are required for our students. Just having the creative and the design skill is not enough, because a client who is looking at our solutions as an architect, for example, cannot read the technical drawings, the plans, the elevations that we present to him. He wants to actually experience the whole solution in a very different way. And that is what our students need to do, because if we are not doing it, there are others in the field who are not maybe qualified architects, but who can present this in a very different way and make it more interesting and attractive for clients. So we are doing just that. We are trying to upgrade the IT skills. We are upgrading the ability of students to present in a very different way so that they can also do this. But I'm still talking about architects who are trying to present using IT aids. Of course, what you said is like teaching coding to design students, that's a completely different thing. We are losing many of our graduates to the software industry, that's there. But I also want to add one more thing. There was a survey conducted of employers' opinions recently, and it's become a cliched thing to say that the graduates are not employable, they don't have the skills that the market required. And when they were further questioned on what kind of skills are the students falling short on, surprisingly, it was mostly the soft skills. The ability to work as a team member, the ability to communicate, the ability to continue learning. All these things were emphasized, not technical knowledge and not content. So we are also working on that aspect seriously. I think these are the ways we are trying to upgrade ourselves. We have a course which has been heavily technologically oriented, and we realized that it needs to have a lot more of management input in it. So we are doing a sort of a double major thing, interdisciplinary thing, where we have technical content as well as managerial skills which are going to be delivered, which is a very new thing for us. So these are the changes that we are trying to make in our curriculum.
It's really good to know, or heartening to know.
Just 1 second.
I'm going to go in and addendum to it.
Let me give you something towards that. This so-called interdisciplinary thing is there in the, I would say, as academia for last 10 years, I know of. Maybe before that as well, but as of I know, last 10 years, especially in the Indian academic system, it has been there in terms of, we use the word called as elective. Elective of multiple categories like open elective, program elective, and so on and so forth, where we bring the flavor of different things. But is that what is the real purpose or objective of interdisciplinary thing? That is just a subject that has been taught. And the worst part of this particular thing is neither the person who is giving the outside subject nor the person who is giving the program-based subject has an interrelationship between them. Neither they both talk to each other as well. So by that, the purpose is lost. So that mechanism is an absolute failure. The purpose of this particular elective system is absolute failure because the student who is going to be the learner don't see the value in that, don't see the combination of those particular things out. So if we are again thinking of bringing that particular flavor of interdisciplinary in the similar kind of manner, then it does not bear any fruits. SUTD of Singapore University of Technology and Design, they have come out with absolutely new courses itself, which is an amalgamation of multiple courses. And that is one thing where the design and technology has been literally combined together. And people who are going to be delivering the courses are also having a double degrees in those areas. And that's where I see that interdisciplinary nature has been something that has been really pumping inside. If we are in a way to adopt that kind of system, I really think that interdisciplinary will come to light.
No, I think I'm going to ask you to add to it from the artificial intelligence or virtual reality point of view.
That one is like, these days, wherever you see that, including universities or companies, whoever is telling like, okay, we are working and doing an AI and everything up, it is all gold coated on the silver. So that is actually not AI. If somebody want to teach or somebody want to learn a real AI within the technology or any other disciplinary nature, they need to work on both the sides. Just by having a course, if they're claiming that we are providing AI to the stakeholders, that is not something that has been done.
No, but if you look at it from an architecture point of view or engineering point of view, I think we are looking at virtual reality also as a tool of...
From a usage point of view, from a understandability point of view, from a delivery point of view. But does the student can work on that one? Then again a question mark. Yeah. They need to understand that technical perspectives of the technology development. They also need to understand how to mix and match that particular architecture rules and regulations and charts and designs towards that particular layer. That particular combination has to be still made. That's where I'm coming from. Like again, now here, by giving I provide an AI subject to the student, you provide a design course to the student. Now the student has been ready to develop the designs using the technology? No. Unless we both, first of all, come together, understand how this has to be done, and then give it out, because that person is actually a new guy. The student is a new guy. He does not know anything out. So whatever need to be done, how it has to be done, first of all, we both has to be on the same page. Then only it will be able to combine. Then only it will be able to work out as well.
So now since we have already broached the topic, I'll just take this a step forward into the future. Go back to Dr. Nanda here. Since you're in IT, since you're in the software industry, and we are looking at a quantum leap in these fields, do you really see the need for a formal classroom learning in the future? When maybe you can be teleported to a classroom, you're sitting at home maybe, or you're teleported to a classroom and you're giving your lecture, for instance. Maybe the students also are teleported.
Theory taken to the practical classes, lab taken to theory classes and all. So there is a mix. So it depends on the students, how the students are acting for it. So the connectivity between the students and the faculty members should be something different. It should be student-centric. If according to the wish of the students, how they are acting to the things which we are providing to them. So accordingly, we should, I don't think it will be preferable, because like our Indian students, they give importance to the classroom teaching rather than...
Yeah, I'm just looking at this from the point of view that, let's say, for example, in the medical field, you have doctors sitting, you have maybe doctors sitting in the West and treating patients here. You have Indian doctors. We have Indian doctors sitting here and treating malaria patients in the West because they don't know what malaria is. So if that can happen, tomorrow we can even have a robotic arm here perform surgeries, and they're directed by doctors sitting there. If that can happen, maybe that can even happen in the classroom.
Classroom also, yeah.
where you can have, let's say, a professor from
It depends.
MIT.
It depends.
Yeah, being teleported here and giving a lecture here. Of course, what you say is right, that physical connect might not be there, but then you can access. I think Dr. Kiran can throw some light on this. I
That
think
system,
we started that in COVID. Almost the first step was already
yes,
taken
yes,
in
yes,
COVID.
yes. COVID has pushed technology like anything into towards all the fields of sciences. Most of the time that whatever the robotic operations, surgeries and each and everything that has been happening is already been there in the market from quite a time. But unfortunately, the thought has been there, but it is also necessary that technology should also be able to support. And the worst part of the program is acceptance of the technologies to the stakeholders has also been equally necessary. If you inform a patient that you will be treated by a machine which has a robotic arm, where the doctor is not here, and if you ask the concerned student, are you happy to undergo the process, the person will be like, okay, yeah, I'll find a different hospital. So these things are like, unless we develop the technology to its niche level of stability, and later on goes to the level of acceptance by these corresponding stakeholders, until then, this technological support or whatever we have been thinking and doing is still a question mark. Like you said, the first part of it, whether we will be able to deliver the classes from anywhere to any time and so on. Yes, we can do, but again, will the stakeholder be happy by learning that means? Will the objective of the stakeholder will be reached? And if you look at from the other point of view, will the commercials of the delivery guy, whoever is the faculty or etc., will also be achieved or not? So all these also equally matters. If those are not been addressed, then the technology, by implanting the technology into the system, does not yield anything out. So acceptance is the primary key. The way I see it is the acceptance the primary key over here.
So yeah, I agree. I mean, a patient would go to another hospital altogether if he finds out that he's not being treated by a doctor here. Maybe that better hospital might have a humanoid who can be treating him.
Yes.
So that can be a connect between, not, I won't say humans or a human doctor, but something which is more closer than a robotic arm.
True.
I think let's take a final round on, I like one of the focus areas, bringing common sense to higher education through entrepreneurship. That word, throwing common sense in higher education. How do we, once again, Dr. Rao, what are we doing to make students entrepreneurs, especially, let's say, in 2035, when they go into the future? Are we making them really entrepreneurs, or are we making them ready only to serve maybe as employees, or as we used to call it in our days during good draftsmen, for instance?
Yeah, I just want to add a little bit to the question that you asked the previous panelists about how learning is going to actually move out of the classroom. I think this is the biggest shift that's going to happen very soon, or that needs to happen. When we talk about going to a college, whether it's a faculty member who's going to his place of work, or a student, we imagine ourselves going to the same place every day and sitting in the classroom, delivering lectures or attending lectures. Now, this is the biggest change that is going to happen. The course structure has been changed to get a lot of more practical knowledge into the curriculum rather than simply theory. And in our case, especially architecture, I think we've got to move the student out of the classroom into the field, into the sites, and that big change in the mindset has to happen for the teachers as well as this. So, although you spoke about remote learning when you said that we're not going to be sitting in the classroom, in our case, we have to move out of the classroom in a completely different way and make it more practical oriented. So I think that is the biggest shift that needs to happen in mindset to make the learning more oriented towards the market and towards becoming professionals. And then your next question was regarding getting common sense, trying to make them entrepreneurs rather than just employees. I think now at least the message has sunk in to us that we are doing something wrong. There is something which is missing in what we are doing. And probably an architect is not informed or not informed of what are the managerial skills that he has to have if he's going to set up an office. A project comes to him. Is it really helping him? Is he breaking even on that particular project? What is the amount that he has spent on human resources on that project? Most of the architectural offices, I would safely say 95% of the architectural offices don't do that. We teach our students how to paint, how to become sculptors, but we don't connect them to galleries, to museums, and we don't really equip them how to market themselves as artists. So we have tried to now become conscious, because I mean there's no escaping this fact now. There's a lot being spoken about it, and we are going to add, we are on the brink of working out the syllabus for it, a management course, accountancy, and PR, how to present themselves. All these are things that we want to add. We are just at the beginning of our journey, but I think it's extremely important, because we are living in a silo. We are not connecting to the world around us. And by trying to do that and by imparting these skills, we hope that they will see their roles not as one direct link that you do this course and you have to become this, but we want to open a very diverse number of openings for them so that they can visualize themselves in different roles, including that of entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much. I'll take to Dr. Nanda. I mean, can you take it forward? Let's say, for example, we know that you teach students of computer science, technology, and then finally, just like our students end up as draftsmen, your students end up in the call centers. Are we doing anything to go a step beyond that? I'm sorry, that is a pretty harsh word, but that is what the reality is like.
Dr. Abhijit, you are true. I don't deny it. But we can try. We can try in other end. Like we can give them an opportunity for giving their innovative idea, sharing their innovative idea for startups and all. Like technology is everywhere. So as we can connect agriculture world with the technology, so agri-tech, we can pursue that and give them option that they can share their idea and they can start with. Whether they will be successful or not, it's no worries, but they can at least
give it a shot.
Give it a shot, yeah. So.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wore my watch back again. I saw it's almost 30 minutes, past 30 minutes, the allotted time to us. Been entertaining, no doubt. And just like Dr. Rao said, we have to take the students out. And as architects, that is because we can't get the sites into the classroom. Finally, I think as a speaker, as someone who is on the stage, I would definitely not like to have a teleported audience here. I'm glad that I have a physical audience here, an audience that is multitasking. In addition to listening to us, they are doing their own work. Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much for bearing with us for half an hour. Thank you for giving us at least half an hour.
Thank you, esteemed panel, for sharing your thoughts and insights. It is certainly a relevant topic in today's times, and interdisciplinary education is truly the need of the hour. It is time to break for tea, and I would like delegates and members to enjoy some tea and snacks in the room opposite to the venue. We'll be starting the session back at 12:15 in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Mic check, hello.
Welcome back to the Executive Council Forum presented by Woxsen University in association with strategic partner ETS India, event partner GBSN, Global Business School Network, and EdTech partner Coursera. As the challenges continue to face higher education, leaders of colleges and universities will need to be more innovative. They will need to examine their processes to create a value proposition that positions their institution for a sustainable future. But true innovation in higher education is not easy. I would like to introduce to you our panel members who focused on arts, design, and innovation to share their views on how we could meet up with these challenges. Our moderator for the panel discussion is Dr. Aditi Saxena, Dean, School of Arts and Design, Woxsen University. During the past 18 years of her professional journey, she has expanded her path from teaching to academic leadership. Her experience includes allied fields like working as a restorative justice co-facilitator at a school project in the United States and many global research projects. She is also an India representative of restorative justice education in the USA. Honored to have you at this August event, ma'am. Our esteemed panel includes Mr. Munwar Khan, Head India at Oppo. Mr. Khan is a design postgraduate from IIT Bombay with more than 12 years of working experience in the UX domain. He previously worked with Samsung Mobiles, Huawei Mobiles, Honeywell Innovation Lab, and ADP. His interests are design thinking, design sprint, and creative confidence. He also got the opportunity to work with the Nobel Prize winner, Dr. Eric Allen Cornell. Mr. Khan holds 12 design patents in India, South Korea, and the USA. Thrilled to have you in this discussion, sir. Dr. P.V. Satyaprasad, Acting Dean and Associate Professor, School of Liberal Arts and Humanities, Woxsen University. He earned his PhD in Mass Communication from Osmania University. He is an experienced lecturer with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry and is skilled in lecturing, editing, instructional design, and curriculum development. A pleasure to have you join us, sir. Dr. Bruno Enrique Rocha Fernandez, Dean of Business School at PUCPR. Prior to PUCPR, he worked at Positivo University, where he was professor and director of the master's and doctoral program, director of the undergrad program in business management, international relations director, and the dean of graduate studies. He is a consultant in strategy and people management with projects developed for companies such as ANA, ANP, and AstraZeneca. He authored book chapters and published over 70 academic papers, both in Brazil and abroad. Pleased to have you as a part of our panel, sir. Mr. Vadim Gatalin, Head of International Department at Perm State University. He oversees the development of international collaboration with leading foreign universities in the field of academic and scientific areas at Perm State University. Mr. Vadim has more than 20 years of project management, executive sales, and partner management experience. Glad to have you on board, sir. Please give another round of applause for our moderator for the day, along with our panel members who will commence the discussion on arts, design, and innovation with context to higher education. I would request our moderator to keep the discussion brief and have a time check for 30 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think it's very tough, very difficult to keep the panel time short because we have the panelists, those who have a lot to say, but definitely I will try to do that. Just a brief about the discussion, what we are going to discuss today. I think every individual understand the Vision 2035 in their own unique way, based on their skill, competency, and their experience with the world. And I think the last word, experience with the world, is very, very important. We have started the journey, and the goal is not too far yet. How do we understand now? I'm not going to talk about lot, but I want to talk about a little bit about education, learning space, and Vision 2035. One of the major agenda of Vision 2035 in the context of education is lifelong learning, creating a mechanism for lifelong learning, which all our fellow colleagues has been discussing from the day one, from yesterday. Now, this lifelong learning is for young learners, adult learners, the people, the students from underprivileged background, and also the students with learning disabilities. In 2035, the world will be center of business, technology, society, and economy. Few of the major keywords which pop up during the different discussion in Vision 2035 are AI, VR, nanotechnology, mobility design, transportation design, space management, energy management, education, and many more. Now, where the keywords of art, design, and innovation lies. Art, design, and innovation are associated with each of the domains which we are talking about in the context of Vision 2035. What is design? Design does not require a grand gesture. It can solve the small, universal, and often overlooked problems. So, small is the new big in the design, and that is probably today's discussion. Thank you. Moving to Mr. Munwar Khan. Munwar, my first question, of course it's not a question, but it's just starting with a question. Post-COVID, we realized that use of mobile technology and multiple software, which combinedly known as techno-pedagogy, is getting more, prominence. And also people understand the significance of this techno-pedagogy to change the learning space in terms of inclusivity and other diversity. But at the same time, it has also observed that the use of techno-pedagogy is not, we haven't explored so much what we should. So my first question is that how we can use this techno-pedagogy in the creative space or creative learning space, what we can call it art, design, and innovation.
First of all, thank you very much, Woxsen University and Mr. Chahat, for giving this opportunity to interact with very wonderful people coming from around the world. So coming back to today's topic of panel discussion, it's all about design, innovation, and art. So the techno-pedagogy is nothing but combining the teaching methods with the technology, which is moreover this device or your big device. That's the technical or the techno-pedagogy. So basically, if we go back to the Vision 35, so of course, this decade will hold with the creative economy and as well as creators economy. So we need to see in this perspective. So creative economy, I will give some example how the things are happening into the creative economy. For example, Uber is the largest transportation company in the world, but they don't have any vehicle. Airbnb is the largest real estate handler in this planet, but they don't have any property of their own. Instagram is a photo company, even you can see in their logo, but they don't sell camera. So this is the exactly creative economy, and we are dealing with that creative economy. So creative economy is nothing but to utilize the power of imagination of the people. That's the creative economy, and we need to learn for that creative economy and in that creative economy. And when it comes to creators economy, at the micro level or at our own learners level, we have a lot of opportunity to create the content. And the platform like Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok, anything is leading to that economy. So there are both the ends. So we are in between. So coming back to the techno pedagogy, I believe it's not limited use, it's saturation of the usage. Because most of the techno pedagogy is focused on access of information. But I believe that there's no smartness or wiseness to get the access to information. Imagine, here are the student, professor, and dean. All the student, all the professors, and the mentor of those professors have access to the same information. Then what is the learning point there? How we learn from each other. So my point here, to make a point of view is the learning experience. So in this creative economy, I would like to emphasize on creating the point of view. In this forum is a best example. Here we are not getting a new information. Here we are getting the new point of view, the world view, how the people are thinking. This forum itself see from different part of the world. So the new learning in this creative economy will be creating the point of view. And give me just a minute how we can leverage. For example, internet is common to all, but we are trying to make a personal access network. Personal access network. If you Google it, you will not find the information about the personal access network because we recently patented it. It means our device is more capable to learn than our capacity to learn. My device, this device is learning more than me. So I can collaborate, I can create my own personal access network. For example, if I'm collaborating with Mr. Chahat, so I have something to share interested network. Suppose I want to post few images from this thing. So my and Chahat device will communicate with each other and I will get the information from the Chahat without any intervening kind of thing, without any interface. So that's the personal access network. So the new learning should be how you are accessing the information of personal value, personal point of view. For example, if we can get one document from the Warren Buffett about the investment, and I have the personal access network, I can search what Buffett is telling to me before investing or buying the share of Amazon. That's the personal access network. So this can be a new thing because we are talking about 2035. So that should be something. So I believe the techno pedagogy is still not reaching to the level. It's just focusing on the information access, not the learning experiences. It's my opinion, I think.
Thank you, Munwar. I think a very, very important point. Definitely, I have noted down few points. I'll sum up at the end of the conversation. Professor Satyaprasad, I have framed my question based on the domain where our speakers belong to. Of course, we know that domains are overlapping, but we want to know a very unique information from our speakers. Now, when we consider the media and entertainment industry, which is it's a huge revenue industry, then we come to the media in entertainment education. and there are many research shows that the recent media users, that means mostly the Gen Z, they are not scared, neither threatened with any of the thoughts. They are very, very vocal compared to the adult media behavior. Now, my question to you, Dr. Satyaprasad, that how this shift of trend of, very open-minded, vocal audience as well as the media learners, how it affect the Vision 2035?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aditi. My perspective as someone who has been in the media industry and now in academics is a little different from the traditional perspectives being churned out here from our panel members. Let me begin by saying that the media perspective, be it on the education academia interface or be it on the access of material or information through techno graduates, as Mr. Khan has rightly mentioned, is that media has always taken a little bit of an unusual stand. I am sure you're all aware that we have this adage that generally when a dog bites a man, it's not considered news, right? It's not reported. But if a man bites a dog, it does become news. So here we are primarily focusing on the unusual. When you talk about academia industry interface, so much has been said here, right, about the importance of making students industry ready. But I believe that media has long been industry ready. The media students, the media graduates, and the media education has already been conceived in a way, let's say, even if I talk about 2 decades ago when I was doing my master's, we were already industry ready. We could just walk in to any media channel or media platform and yes, we were ready for work. So I think there's a lot of hue and cry about whether the current curriculum is making students industry ready or not. So this, I believe, the media industry has already set the trend, and media education has already made the students, maybe from 3 decades back, industry ready. So here, I guess, the novelty is that the media, the perspective, the media take, and the involvement of techno-pedagogy, as my learned panelist has been talking about, has not been really seen at a level that has been seen in other streams of education, be it in management, be it in technology. Here I would like to just take a little deviation from the panel discussion to say that probably the reason why we are witnessing this kind of a trend is that when we talk about techno-pedagogy, we should remember that the world is still facing something called as the digital divide. Okay, when you talk of introducing techno-pedagogy, how much or how many percentage of people in the world really have access to these technological devices or gadgets that they can actually use to get education? The answer is really a lot to be desired. I believe if you talk about digital divide in the society, hardly 40% of the population in the world have access to gadgets through which they can actually access, higher education and stuff like that. Even if you look at the pandemic, what had happened in the last 2 years, when pandemic was at the peak, online learning was gaining popularity because there was lockdown all around the world. And students, be it in the rural areas, be it in the urban centers, be it anywhere in the world, they were suddenly compelled to shift to the digital mode of education. And what was the result? The result was that the students' performances was really something, absolutely below the par, you can say. So my perception here is that technology alone is not the binding factor to make education or make students industry ready. It is the curriculum which is really the most important thing here. So I believe that we should have a good mix of technology and curriculum, while at the same time we need to emphasize on digital access, availability of digital gadgets for people from all sections of the society, so that we create a level playing field across the length and breadth of this globe. So this is my humble submission.
Dr. Satyaprasad. Moving forward, Professor Bruno. Design is something beyond the physical world. It can change the way we see the world. It can change the way we do the business, we perceive the world. My question to you is that how do design can change the strategy and the human management from the big corporations to the small startup in context of Vision 2035? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Aditi. Thank you, everyone. As I mentioned, I'm quite happy to be here again. According to your question, yes, we can think about design in a traditional way, you know, product design. So, for instance, Apple, which first think about design and then put engineering inside. Yeah, but now we are thinking, or I'm talking about product design, but considering design or understanding design in a broader way, yes, we can think design in everything. So if you consider design as a kind of philosophy of, okay, you have a mission, you have a vision as a company, and then you have to take care of your user, of your customer, and how can I provide an excellent experience to that user, to that company. So, yes, design is something that you can apply everywhere. You can apply to product design, you can apply to design a service, you can apply it for improving a process, and even for a business model. So according to that perspective, yes, design can be understood as a quite strategic way to look forward and to think about strategy. But you also mentioned about people. How can we engage people in that idea? And I would say that, you know, it's all about people. So it's people in the end, your final customer, the one I have to satisfy, the one I have to provide a solution. But we are also talking about people in the middle, our employees, who are the people who will make it happen. So therefore, they must be quite aligned. They must understand. They must be enthusiastic about your proposal. And you are talking about people in the whole society who will benefit from what you are proposing. And these ideas, they are quite simple, and they are in all kind of companies. We can think about huge multinational companies, government, we can think about startups, small and medium enterprise, so on and so forth. So yes, it's a quite useful way to think about business world.
Thank you, Professor Bruno. Mr. Vadim, I have a question to you that is, the world has witnessed a sharp decline in terms of international students' mobility. Definitely, COVID is one of the factors, but the entire geopolitical situation is also another reason for this sharp decline of international students' mobility. There are many research says that universities should pay attention to the funding, scholarship, mentoring, or many other aspects. I would like to request you to share your thoughts that how we can create a more sustainable ecosystem for the international students.
Okay, this question requires a fairly extensive answer. And I will split it into parts. The first one is what the university does to accommodate international students. We can talk about the cultural, so household, pedagogical, and psychological adaptation. almost all foreign students, not only social and cultural disadvantaged ones, needs such adaptation. To answer this task, our university has a system of volunteers who help their wards in their studies solve everyday issues, introduce them to the university and the city, and so on. Psychological support is provided by University Center for the Psychological Assistance. In addition, in accordance with our third role in university, our university actively interacts with the local authorities. So this year, with our direct participation, a regional center for supporting foreign students was established, which should solve all the problems of foreign students in PEM region, from how to organize their leisure time to solving legal issues. Another example of our work with local authorities is the project of the Unified Campus, in which foreign students from all universities of the city will live, of course together with the Russian ones. And the second part of the question is the combined efforts that the academic community of all the academic community of the international services of the all Russian universities are making to interact with the federal authorities. One example of this interaction is change in federal legislation. Now Russian immigration legislation has become perhaps one of the most liberal in the whole world. Foreign students who study in Russia has the right to work, and for this he doesn't need a work permit. There are no quotas or restrictions on working hours per week or per month.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Quite an important point you have raised. Just want to check our students that what is the time left for the panel. Accordingly, I can move. 5 minutes? Okay, very good. I have a question, which is my best question for Mr. Munwar Khan, and probably I can repeat quickly. Kevin Batuni, the Vice President of the Strategic Design Cohort at BCG Digital Ventures from North America, stated, designers have 4 key superpowers. The superpowers are X-ray vision, shape shifting, they can see shapes are shifting, extrasensory perception, which is ESP, and to make others superhuman. I'm just repeating the 4 keywords again. One is X-ray vision, shape shifting, extrasensory perception, which is ESP, and make others superhuman. My question to you is that how, as a design leader, you think that these 4 keywords, empower the learners towards the vision of 2035?
Okay, little heavy question. Mr. Kelvin's perspective is towards little deviation from the traditional thinking, how the designer can create the value. By the way, he is in my touch, so I'm telling to add 4th, 5th as well, which is a point of view based on pure empathy. So these 4 or 5 things will make or empower people to convert them into a superpower. So one thing I want to mention here is collective intelligence, which is a kind of thing which we all should learn. So as of now, we are very much confident about our personal intelligence, individual intelligence. But considering the Vision 35, that personal intelligence is not enough to take the critical decisions in any field, whether it's a design, it's a business, a service model, anything. So cross-cultural things will happen. We need to mobilize the masses. We need to work with the team. So your individual intelligence will just add value, but it's not the final thing. So I believe that considering this extra power or very superpower from the design, the other stream can learn about the collective intelligence. Everybody should have their own style of collective intelligence, how you are collaborating, how you are empathizing, and how you are interacting with the people. So I will give you one example, and you can also practice, especially the students. Every leader or any person who wants to contribute in this creative economy must form a mental advisory board. You know, I will explain in a minute what is mental advisory board, every student especially. And I think here the leaders from the university should ask to submit your mental advisory board to the faculty member. So mental advisory board is that the person can be living or dead, and you can include that person into your advisory board, and whenever you are making a decision or some advancement in your learning, you can ask to the question, the same question to that person. What would that person will do in that particular situation? For example, in design, I can include Steve Jobs in my mental advisory board. And whenever I am taking design decision, I would ask question, what Steve Jobs must have done in this situation? I should learn from that character and then reflect it back. So such kind of thing should lead to the collective intelligence, and I believe this will be a kind of a new way to collaborate, a new way to learn from other people and make a collective intelligence out of this. So this is my view on these superpowers, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Munwar. We have only 5 minutes left. I got the chit. So I humble request to my panelists to just spend one minute quickly. My question is lengthy. I can't help it out, but you can give me a very, very short answer. Dr. Satyaprasad, I am referring to your quote that if a dog bites a man, it's not a news, but if a man bites a dog, it's a news, which sees the unusual focus of the media and entertainment industry. My question to you is that moving forward towards the goal of 2035, how the contemporary media educators influence the young media students to focus on poverty, national unity, democracy in the vision of 2035. 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay. This question requires a longer time, but yes, I'll try to sum it up. How will media education influence concepts related to poverty, education, and employment? Perhaps you've all heard that we have this concept of development communication. Development communication is something that reflects and reports on the developmental activities that is taking place or that are taking place across the rural areas or semi-urban areas across the world. Unfortunately, mainstream media is very commercial and obsessed with sensationalization and news, like involving celebrities, etc. My perspective is that it's time the media actually focuses on development communication. By focusing on development communication, we can actually draw inspiration from the myriad developmental activities that are taking place across the length and breadth of the world. The world should know, the world has a right to know what kind of developmental aspects are taking place. And quickly summing up, the role of media in education has been quite a historical one. If you all remember, way back in 1975, the government of India has come up with using SIET, Satellite Instructional Television Education. This has actually revolutionized how education was brought to the doorstep of the people through the media of television. So we are talking about social media, etc. these days. But way back in 1970s, I'm talking about 1975, the government of India, through its unique initiative, SIET, Satellite Instructional Education Television, has already brought education to the doorsteps of millions of people. So I believe media education is already doing its bit towards focusing on poverty, employment, and education and rural development.
Thank you, Dr. Satyaprashant. Professor Bruno, I think this question might be a repetition, but I still would like to request you to, share your thoughts. When we talk about the, technopedagogy or involvement of the technology in the class, we can see an uneven progress. As Dr. Satyaprasad was also talking about digital divide and other things. But there is also another issue of digital security, or people have other kind of thought process. So many universities are also little bit conservative about incorporating few tools in their classroom education or entire education landscape. So how can we reduce this uneven progress or uneven implementation of technology in an education landscape? Not exactly the digital divide, but I'm mostly talking about the implementation part. Thank you.
Okay. I think that when we are talking about implementation of new technologies and also in education, we are not, the main issue here is not the general ideas, but the details, cause, we all know about the digital transformation, we all know about the necessity of changing skills, but which specific technology or, for instance, programming, computer language should we choose? So this is the big issue here. And I think that the best option here is to use that kind of lean startup mentality model, that instead of trying to guess, there is a strategic management author, Akov, who proposed a dilemma to predict and to prepare. And the matter here is not to predict, but to be prepared. So what we should try here is that kind of linear startup mind, which means that, you have to pay attention, you have to do small experiments, you have to formulate hypotheses, you can test it, you can confirm or you can deny it, and then you can, okay, if they are okay, you can scale it up or you can just pivot it, and then you do another small experiment, and through that process, you are going to be always tuned, and then you can find which one can be the best approach for you in your classroom or in adopt technology in a general term.
Thank you very much. I think we can also, when one university is coming up with an innovative framework or innovative approach that can be shared with the other university network, that also a helpful option for us to, reduce the gap. We probably have 1 more minute left, but I would like to ask one question. I'm skipping few questions, but this is one of the important questions which I would like to ask Mr. Vadim. Education is one of the most effective means of eliminating and reducing the poverty, as well as promoting the social mobility. Combining work and the study is a long-term development strategy for economically and culturally disadvantaged international students. Many of the international students, when they go out, they try to balance their work as well as their study because they are forced to do that. Many studies shows that many of the international students ended up with depression because there is a huge pressure on them. I would like to request you, if you can, throw some light on this area, that how universities, not only the counseling, but how universities help the international students to, move forward to the growth of their journey? Thank you.
I will be very laconic. As I said previously, we have the special psychological center for the psychological assistance for these students to lower the pressure that they expect from the unusual weather, unusual food, unusual social environment. This is one part, this social support, the psychological support, sorry. And the other one is the system of buddies, the academic angels that support the foreign students during the study and campus life. Next step is the creating the city environment that have to be comfortable for the foreign students, not on the campus, but in the whole city and among the local people. It's a very important task for our university as the university that creates local society, supports local society, creating new senses for the society in the region, to eliminate any xenophobia, to improve tolerance in the society. And that's it. And if to talk about the necessity to find the funding for the study, we have the special services that help foreign students find a job that can be useful for them in their future career. Not exactly absolutely the same with their profile, but not absolutely something inappropriate for them, like the food services or something, working in the restaurants and so forth. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the panelists and the audience. I think very, very interesting few keywords emerge from this discussion. I would probably share some other time because there is a time constraint. But I think what Munwa was talking about, creative economy, user, he was giving the example Uber or other, panelist was talking about few things. I think we can take a reference and moving forward to the successful journey towards Vision 2035. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And we are now moving on to the next segment of the day 2 of the conference. Day 2, I'm sure we had a good round of panel discussions, right from engineering, architecture, arts and design, innovation. A lot of important content was discussed. And in fact, day 1 also, we witnessed a lot of important issues in higher education being addressed in the conference. And then the highlights included the solutions that came out from the discussions across all the panels and keynote speeches. So we are now moving on to the highlight of the ECF 2022 conference, and that is the Executive Council Forum Manifesto. This manifesto is being presented and will be signed by some of the key stakeholders in higher education who have joined us as part of this conference today. This is the first time in India that an initiative like this has been taken. Let me give you a background of what this manifesto looks like and what is the context. Just as you see in G20 summits, when you have the heads of countries coming down and discussing the issues that these countries are facing, whether it is in the area of climate change or it is related to, other economical challenges. But coming to the higher education, there never has been, I would say, in an academic setup, in an institution where members of different partner institutions have come together on one platform to discuss the issues in higher education along with the solutions that have been presented and the timelines that we as a group would collectively work together for. So I would like to share the, if I can have the, I'd like to share the content of what this manifesto entails. This manifesto may be treated as a declaration of intent and is being presented at the Executive Council Forum and lays down the points that has been agreed to by the higher educational institutions to collectively work towards some of the best practices to create a learner-centered education across the world. As the theme of the ECF this year is fostering next-gen learners with a vision of 2035 and defining purpose in higher education from India to the world. We are presenting some of the points which includes environmental sustainability. The other area is creating awareness about financial literacy, imbibing SDGs into the classroom, collaboration between industry and academia, that's what Mr. Krishnan spoke about from Coursera in the morning, increasing entrepreneurial intentions among students, imbibing a robust assurance of learning, and implementing social sciences and humanities as an intra-curricular module and a mandatory credit course, embedding the curriculum with the digitalization needs, and last but not the least, providing learners with a large sense of responsibility and practical leadership. These are some of the issues that were presented in the conference so far, and we have identified certain solutions that will help these challenges or these issues to be overcome over a period of time. And we have also mapped the timelines for action. It is an outcome-based conference, and we are looking at the partner institutions to collaboratively work with Woxsen on creating a more inclusive ecosystem. So I would like to call upon the first guest as part of this ECF manifesto signing. Dr. Dan Leclerc, CEO, GBSN. Dr. Sandeep Krishnamurthy, Dean of University of Washington, Bothell School of Business, US. Dr. Bruno Henrique Rocha Fernandes, Dean of PUCPR in Brazil. Mr. Nishit Jain, Senior Special Advisor, EFMD, Asia. Dr. Glenn Mushert, Professor, Khalifa University, UAE. And to chair this manifesto signing, I'd like to call upon Dr. Raul Rodriguez, Vice President, Woxsen University. I would now like to ask Lasya to please bring the manifesto and present it to Dr. Raul Rodriguez. And as a team, Dr. Raul, if you can open it and present this to the group. Yes. You can take pictures. Pictures. It's pens. As you know, this manifesto features the key issues raised, possible solutions, and the timelines for action. For the environmental sustainability, by bringing down carbon emissions and adherence to the SDGs and maximum scope of implementation. And the possible solution that came up during this conference is becoming a carbon neutral and net zero campus. Woxsen has already started this journey, and I am sure our partner institutions present here will also agree to the fact, the importance of. Sure. We need. And to monitor this key issue of environmental sustainability, the timeline for action is June 2026, first leg, and June 2030 for the completion, that we together come together to ensure that institutions will work towards making campuses a net zero campus. And the second is creating awareness about financial literacy. The possible solution is conducting financial literacy awareness drives for individuals in neighborhood and communities for small and medium-sized businesses. Timeline for action is June 2023. Imbibing SDGs into the classroom. And this is going to be very interesting, guys. The possible solution that has been presented for imbibing SDGs into the classroom, so I'm sure, just before announcing that, I'm sure you all know that companies have a minimum 2% of their profits going into the CSR activities. As part of this manifesto signing, the delegates have agreed that there could be a possible allocation of 1.2% of the annual profits for ERS activities that will be carried out by the students. And the timeline for action is February 2024. Collaboration between industry and academia. The possible solution presented as part of the discussion today as Coursera Managing Director was present, introducing multidisciplinary projects from a critical thinking standpoint. So we have the first signature coming from Dr. Dan Leclerc, CEO, GBSN. The second signature by Dr. Sandeep Krishnamurthy, Dean, University of Washington, Bothell School of Business. Mr. Nishit Jain, Senior Special Advisor, EFMD, Asia. Dr. Bruno Fernandes, Dean, PUCPR, Brazil. Dr. Glenn Mushert, Professor, Khalifa University. Like the group to share a few words, starting with Dr. Dan Leclerc, if you can share your few words about this manifesto. And the last signature was done by Dr. Raul Rodriguez, Vice President.
Well, it's a lot to digest, that's for sure, and a short time period, but together, and I think that's the main point of the manifesto. When I listen to this, it's about working together, not only across schools, but across sectors, and you can count on the Global Business School Network to support that. So it's a pleasure to sign the manifesto and to support this event.
Great, yep. My thought is, the quote, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So that's what we're doing. We're going together. Great.
I'd like to congratulate Woxsen for being the first in this space. I think a lot has been said across a lot of schools across the region. But I think what is unique is penning it down and making us the stakeholder by endorsing it, by having us sign it. So I think we have a larger goal and a mission that we are now all committed as a team. And I'm sure since we are a team, like others said, I think it will be done. Thank you.
Well, I'm really impressed on this document, how fast you are on, getting those ideas to put it in a document and propose very specific targets. So congratulations, and I hope you can achieve it.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to be a part of this historic signing. I'm very much inspired by my time here at Woxsen. This is my second time here, and to be a part of this organization, a stakeholder, and the ability to meet very many dynamic individuals and to work together as a group is truly a blessing for me. And so I thank you.
All right, so we would now have a group picture with the team who has signed this manifesto. If you can please raise and present this for a group picture. And I would request Dr. Ricardo, Mr. Ranjan Dwivedi, Mr. Vivek Kalia, Dr. Yama Temuri, Mr. Vadim, Mr. Munwar Khan, Mr. Jairam, Dr. Ipsita, please raise and join the team. Dr. Drew Malori, Ms. Tanya Bajaj, Mr. Manish Jha, Dr. Sri Rupa Sengupta,
Dear delegates, it's now time to break for lunch. If you could make way to the admin block where the cars are waiting to go to our in-house restaurant, Blue Embers. We'll be starting the session back at 3 p.m. Thank you. partner ETS India, event partner GBSN, Global Business School Network, and EdTech partner Coursera. The age of digital change is currently influencing higher education. Learning technologies and digital platforms are now essential for teaching and learning. They're no longer an afterthought. Higher education institutions may function more efficiently, maintain their competitiveness and increasingly digital environment, and better prepare their students for a digital workplace. To shed light on the digital transformation in higher education and the areas for enhancing digitalization, I welcome our panel members. Our moderator for the panel discussion is Dr. Sairam Pinisetti. Dr. Sairam Pinisetti is an assistant professor in the domain of artificial intelligence and holds the chair for the Center of Management Research for the School of Business. He holds a PhD in machine learning and its applications in water treatment from UPES, Dehradun. It's a pleasure to have you on the panel, sir. Dr. Srinivasa Rao, CEO of Apollo MedSkills Limited. Dr. Srinivasa is a physician providing clinical thought leadership and multi-expertise for making optimum use of information and communication technology in medicine and healthcare. He has 20 years of experience in hospital management, medical education, and healthcare skilling. A pleasure to have you join us, sir. Dr. Nandakishore Yedamsetti, founder and managing director of Gaman Rehabilitation Center. He's a senior leader consulting and licensed psychotherapist with expertise in treating palliative, pediatric, adolescent, adult, and geriatric patients, both in critical care and ward environments. He has also authored 2 books, Back Pain in Athletes and Prevention of Sport Injuries, and did an observational study on common injuries in kabaddi players. Delighted to have you on the panel, sir. Manish Jha, the deputy editor of Indian Express. Mr. Jha did an executive program in management from IIT Bombay, Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management. He was awarded South Korea's Kwan Hun Press Foundation Fellowship 2017 in Seoul, South Korea. He also received a special civilian membership honor from the United Service Institution of India, Indian Armed Forces official think tank. And he's also the founder of Our Blues and Jazz Club in India. Honored to have you at this event, sir. Mr. Vivek Kalia, business head at Airbus. Mr. Kalia has over 24 years of professional leadership experience in business operations, business performance, procurement, and HR management. He's responsible for the end-to-end Airbus training business operations across India and South Asia, from the sale of training offerings to revenue generations, KPI monitoring, and business reporting. Honored to have you at this event, sir. I think the panel deserves another round of applause. Please give a round of applause to our moderator, Sairam Pinisetti, along with the other panel members, to shed light on the topic, digitalization is here to stay and trying to transform. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. So it's a very wonderful topic to have the post-lunch discussions upon. And digital transformations, we are going through the phase already. It's not a known term. It's been there for over a decade. But post-pandemic, every industry sector is trying to use different type of digital interventions in their business activities. And IBM has reported that more than 57% of usage for these type of digital interventions has been increased post-pandemic sector. And McKinsey has also reported in the similar lines. So it's a great panel here. And since this ECF is all about higher education, and my questions will be mostly revolving around the digitalizations and the need of having such type of expertise by the students as well. We have people from medical sector, we have people from print media, and we have a person from the airline industry, and that's where most of the business school students will be working upon. So I start with you, sir, and you come from Apollo Medical's complete facilities, and what do you see the digital transformations impacting the healthcare sector, and how do you encourage students to upskill themselves in that directions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sairam. So basically, healthcare over the last decade is actually being transformed by three Bs. The first B is biology. Lot of advancements in genetics, advancements in genealogy are helping us in predictive analysis of diseases. The first B is biology. The second B that is actually transforming healthcare is bytes. When I say bytes, the amount of data in healthcare is humongous. And there are a lot of permutations and combinations in healthcare data, unlike other industry data. Most of them have a misnomer that healthcare is very slow in adoption of digitalization. But I think that that's not a fact because of the complexity involved in the data analysis. So the improvement in bytes, the processing capacity of the computing has actually led to more data processing in healthcare. That's the reason now we are seeing AI applications in healthcare. We are seeing a lot of data analysis in healthcare. The third B that is actually driving the digitalization adoption within healthcare is bandwidth. So thanks that we have launched 5G last week, I think in Hyderabad at least, I think it was across India. So I think these processing speeds are actually, the improved bandwidths are helping to kind of disrupt these innovations and also address the urban-rural divide in healthcare, particularly technologies like telemedicine and e-health. These are the technologies that were there for almost 3.5, 4 decades now in India. But the adoption we are seeing now, of course, one is thanks to COVID. It is accelerating that kind of teleconsultations. But definitely, because of improved bandwidths, there's no disruption in the consulting kind of activity between the doctor and a patient who is remotely sitting. I think these are the three broad elements, which are three Bs, which are actually driving the digitalization in healthcare, adoption of digitalization in healthcare. Thanks, Dr. Saram. I'll speak more in my next question. Thank you.
Dr. Nandakishore, you also come from the similar area of healthcare industry. So can you please share your viewpoints on the digital interventions in the healthcare sectors?
Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody is awake. Great. After a wonderful lunch. So digital transformation, we look at globally and also at Indian level. The primary change which is coming at doctor appointments, 78% of the current doctor appointments in Hyderabad are happening digitally. And nearly 15 years back, Vijaya Diagnostics started sharing the diagnostic reports by digital, exactly. But the question here, as Dr. Srinivas Garu very well mentioned, when we have pandemics like COVID, we have nearly 1,000 scans done on the same day. There are 100 guys with the name of Srinivas. So whose report, who is getting, what sort of human resources we have. So the digitalization is necessary and it is happening at a rapid pace and it is definitely going to stay. But this is helping minimizing the human errors. That is the top priority. And the second biggest challenge in any healthcare setup, irrespective of the numbers, is medication handling. So we will have human errors in giving the appropriate medication to the patient can be minimized, and that is second thing. And the third, the law enforcement has now demanding up to 15 years of record keeping. Without a digital transformation, this is almost impossible. And fourth and most important aspect is augmented reality, virtual reality, and big data analytics. These things are actually helping us already in identifying most common problems. And if I'm restricting my talk only to the geographical locations, a place like people coming from Uddanam, our data is already predicting that there might be renal compromise in those patients coming from the coastal areas of Vizag. And if they are coming from the middle coastal areas, there is always water pollution and the markers are indicating look at the liver functions. So this topographic identification where previously doctors used to have enough time to sit and collect all the history and the presentation of the patient. And they can always have, it is like an individual person to person, more personalized healthcare. And in the modern era with multiple subspecialties evolving, becoming much more critical and difficult to have that much of time with each patient. But the digitalization of the past history, their demographic history, their age, past medication, is making the decisions easier and much more patient-centric and also easier for the healthcare givers. So digitalization, yet the importance, obviously world is aware and we are enjoying it at a better pace. And now it is aggressively growing into subspecialties. There are minor areas where we have to still get better. It's like usually the healthcare professionals are reluctant to the modern systems, softwares, technologies, as Dr. Srinivas Garu already mentioned about the bandwidth areas. So the willingness to understand and make a hospital paper-free is getting increasingly difficult, even in my own institution when we have to motivate people. They are happy to look at the report. We still share the report in all the screens available in the hospital, but they still wanted, where is the printed format? So they always looking at this transition in healthcare professionals needs to be brought in.
Hello. Okay. So my question to Mr. Manish Shah, since you're coming from the area of print media, and nowadays the newspapers and magazines is reducing, people are reducing the usage of purchase of subscription for that, but moving towards e-subscription basis. So what is the challenge you faced to go digital, and how journalists and all are facing it, because it's again getting tweets, it's again getting the number of readers per every article is again another data what is going on. So what is your view in that aspect, sir?
Yeah, thank you. I think one of the remarkable thing that happened in India is digitization in the print, in the media world, basically. How important is this? You have to understand, of course, it's digitization across health, education, all matter. But in media, the digitization is some of the things we can't take it for granted. It has happened, it has almost transformed the way we look at our country. Why we're talking about, when we see media, what we call the fourth pillar, it has a huge role to play. When this country is emerging, you know, it's a democratic country, and we want to grow with a lot of values. We don't want to grow like China. You know, we don't want to grow with, have trillions of dollars of economy and not sustainable, not having opinions, and you suffocate within. So within country, in India, we have to growing, and we're growing with a fast pace, which makes sure that we're growing with a lot of values. And their media plays a very critical role, and their digitization plays a much critical role. So I talk about two aspects of Indian media getting into digitization and how we're going to transform. First is a media itself, how you embrace news. For example, I take a story which happened in rural part of India, in Jharkhand, I mean, I won't say hinterland, but the corner of India. And a small reporter, he happened to be in school, or maybe using his mobile, and he talked about one of the basic, there was inspection from a collector of a senior bureaucrat visiting the school. And he did highlight He was talking about some of the aspect, education system and all big stuff. And a girl child, she stood up and she raised a very fundamental question about that. Look, I'm not having my hygiene pad, which I'm supposed to have from a school scheme, something like that. You know what? That become viral. That is a fundamental thing you're talking about. That is what digitization has done to India. We all talk about big issues, G20, big foreign affairs debate, trillion-dollar economy. But what matters, how you impact the people, the lives of people, is 1.4 billion people, and that's what digitization has done to India, going to the corner of India. It does not have to be big publication like ours, even, say, Indian Express or Times of India or other BBCs of the global. It's a small, a local channel, or perhaps a YouTube channel, that create impact. That's what digitization has done to reach out to wider experience. That's the one aspect. I have more story to tell you, and that is very fundamental to address where India is growing, and it has a role to play. Of course, there could be good and bad debate, but largely, it is absolutely remarkable thing to happen in India in the shortest period of time. You see, we have about million smartphone users, 606 million people. Second aspect to talk about is the transition of media. Yes, a difficult transition, but it is what media houses to embrace. It's about, we believe in the market economy. That's how there's nothing. It's a competition, believe in efficiency, how much you can reach out. There's no cribbing about print gonna die. Even advanced market like US and UK, these advanced countries, when you talk all parameters, you have the certain print media running. Washington Post is still running, New York Times running, right? They have some values and system. So it's not going to die here, but transition is difficult. The traditional media houses are adopting. Things are not very bad, but we need to sort of have a hybrid model, which we are going through the transition. In between, what we have to maintain is the hygiene aspect, the regulation aspect, which everybody is debating about that, and that's how we're going to move forward here.
Thank you for your views on that. I'll get back to you. But moving to Mr. Vivek Kalia, you come from Airbus and aircraft industry, basically. And Dr. Nandakishore has mentioned that people are moving towards AR, VR-based solutions, and now Metaverse has come into the another technology aspect, where the Dubai airport, you can shop from here sitting using the Metaverse. So how digital transformations are impacting the aircraft industry and gain more profits in that direction? Can you just give your insights, please?
Thank you very much. I think aircraft or aviation industry is already a tech-based industry. It is pretty heavily tech-based industry. There are various facets in which the digitalization is being used, because data is the one which is driving not only airlines, but also the maintenance of the aircraft which takes place. So I will tell you in 3 different parts. One is, as you said, AR, VR. I'll tell you from the training point of view, which is there, because training is a very integral part of an aviation business. So since you can't train everything on an aircraft, so you train on simulators. But now, if even simulators are expensive, so you start training your procedures on the VR devices. So that is where I would say the VR devices come in. Then, when the pandemic hit, obviously everybody was stuck to the homes. But the pilots need to continually train. That's a regulatory requirement. They need to continually train. So there were programs, there were digital programs which were formulated and were sent across to the people so that they can keep themselves current through the media of tablets which were issued to them, so that they can keep themselves current, and thereafter they can come back to the classroom sessions and to the simulators and then keep the current. Because this is a regulatory requirement, it's a safety requirement. So that's a very small nugget which I will tell you, that yes, the programs were defined, the classroom sessions were taken, special regulations were passed by regulators like DGC and all, where digital means of delivering training was acceptable. Earlier it was not acceptable, new regulations were passed. Moving on to the performance of the aircraft, a lot of aircraft equipment are digitalized, because of which it can transfer the data while the aircraft is in the air. The data can be transferred both ways, not only from the base station or to the aircraft, but also from the aircraft down below. So the data of the aircraft, all the motion parameters, engine parameters can be downloaded real time down below, and the airline, whichever is there, can decipher out if there are certain performance issues, and as soon as the aircraft lands back, those particular data is available and it can be easily addressed. And same way the OEMs can use the data to further refine and make specific components which are required by this thing through the means of 3D printing and other technologies, but also give solutions. Since OEMs are the ones who are making the aircraft, they can give solutions to the airlines, and so that the performance of the aircraft is better, the downtime of the aircraft is the least one. And third one is also, which we always forget in the aviation sector, is the airports are also part of the aviation ecosystem. So that is where the on-time performance, which we keep hearing about, Indigo, the Air India and all these things, it happens on-time performance when you're able to roll out the aircraft on time. And how will that happen? It again will happen through the data which is available, that how quickly the aircraft can come down, which bay the aircraft is coming in. That data is available to the pilots which are there, the ground crew who are going to service that aircraft, and or the associated auxiliaries which are going to fuel that aircraft, the food delivery which is going to come, the sanitation which is going to come. So that defines how quickly you can turn on the aircraft and you can ensure that it's an on-time performance. So data is, as I mentioned in my talk yesterday, data is the currency. So data, if you're able to handle the data and decipher out the right information, I think you can generate a lot of performance issues, you can generate a good training value out of it, and also I think you can generate a lot of revenue out of it.
So I think we have discussing about more of the regulatory issues also, and we have discussed like how data is enabling any industry to work smoothly, efficiently and effectively. Now, I would like to come back to the education sector right now. Like, what type of skills or what type of knowledge do you see the next generation coming forward, and this generation what is passing out from different education institutions, apart from the regular degree, right? What type of skills do you look at to handle the business operations as well? In that overview, I'm asking.
So, Dr. Sairam, thank you. So, I will talk specific to healthcare. So, in healthcare, actually, most of the future skills, healthcare is a human enterprise, right? While digitalization is driving the future skill needs of the industry, it is also consumer who is driving. When I say consumer who is driving, the technology revolution that is happening in other industries, like say food industry, Swiggy, Zomato, or in the transport industry, Ola, Uber, the similar trends are expected in healthcare. So what's happening now, today, you have almost over 70% of the blood sample collection today happens from home. Until 2005, 70% of the blood samples that were collected for preventive or curative diagnostics happened at the hospitals or a diagnostic center. So people want, so the consumer is driving that kind of a revolution. This is one. Second, they want healthcare to be delivered at home. So suddenly we see a revolution of home healthcare. We have unicorns like Portia, Nightingale, Apollo Home Care, a lot of new companies forming up because there are two reasons for it. One, the consumer wants healthcare at home. Second, the average length of stay of the hospitals are also under tremendous financial pressures, so they want to send the patient back home and treat them at home. So home healthcare industry is growing. Then you are seeing similar trends with respect to the data now. So you need a healthcare data analyst. Why they are called healthcare data analyst? As I told you, the permutation, I'll just take a simple example of a patient coming with fever and pain abdomen. A fever and pain abdomen, there are over 90 diagnoses that can be made. Someone coming with fever, and if it is right side, acutely, early morning onset pain, the first thing and goes towards appendicitis. So someone tossing on the bed, then it goes towards ureteric colic. Someone having a pain in the back radiating to the abdomen, fever, it can be a pancreatitis. So these things cannot be, they can be taught to the computer, but you require a human intervention. While there are medical errors done by humans, there is also a possibility of medical error done by a system as well. So how can we feed these humongous permutations and combinations? I just told about a simple example of fever and pain abdomen. Think about a seizure. Think about some complex stroke. Think about cardiac arrest. So there are multiple permutations and combinations. So the data analysis is definitely forging forward. A lot of kind of human intelligence and artificial intelligence are working together to make this happen. The third area is data storage. Earlier it was mostly paper data. Now digitalization of data, electronic medical records, hospital information systems, adoption is also increasing. So with this data, you mentioned about data regulatories. Today, globally, HIPAA is a kind of a data compliance regulatory, that is their Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. It's not implemented in India yet, but I think soon these compliances will become global. The data exchange will become global. And we are seeing AI implementation in imaging, like, for example, earlier in a government hospital, say in Telangana, or Andhra Pradesh, or Uttar Pradesh, to get a X-ray report, the turnaround time was 14 days. Today, with implementation of AI in most of the states, a radiologist is not required to diagnose 80% of the X-rays, because the system is saying whether it is a normal X-ray or an abnormal. The 20%, so there's a huge workload reduction on the radiologist. And just for you to know, there are less than 2,000 or 2,500 qualified radiologists in India today. So that means for a 1.3 billion population, how can these radiologists serve, right? So these technologies are definitely helping, complementing the digital medical science. And so my point was to upskill the healthcare resources, doctors, nurses, not just skilling new resources on technologies, but upskilling the existing doctors on how to use technology, existing nurses on how to use technology. There's a huge gap there. Digital skills for healthcare professionals is also something that is required. Thank you. In interest of time, I think I should hand it over to the next speaker. Yeah.
Right. Along with the increased lifespan, the quality of life of individual is getting paramount importance. And in healthcare, there are primary 4 divisions: diagnosis, intervention, might be surgical or non-surgical interventions. Third part is medication. And fourth and most important part is bringing them back to near normal life, even after a surgery or after medical or even after debilitating treatments like chemo and radiotherapy. These modern technology and digitalization is actually enhancing job opportunities and the areas of services enormously at every level. And as Sir Dr. Srinivas Gar rightly mentioned, there are very minimal number of radiologists, but the digital imageology has evolved like an ocean. 15 years back, I remember we have plain X-ray, plain CT scan, and plain MRI. Now we are going into angiograms, CT angios, MR angios, color Dopplers, you name it, you have it, and we are going into 3D, 4D, into most advanced things. And the secret and the key is, in long neurodegenerative conditions, it will take some time to evolve that condition and present itself as what it is. For example, either it is dementia or we are talking about Alzheimer's, both might present as the similar set of symptoms initially. But over 4 to 5 years of time, they will evolve into a completely different ballgame. And the secret lies in early identification, and that is where digitalization, AI, VR, all these things are going to help us. And early identification will help us with early interventions or deep brain stimulations or with the modern medications available. Those things are actually going to enhance not just lifespan, but the quality of life eventually. So in these aspects, at every point there are huge opportunities for the next generations to come up. And this is going to be, I believe we are at the very beginning of the growth curve as far as digital innovations are concerned. Huge potentials are there. The always secret is understanding, as far as healthcare is concerned, understanding the value of human life and understanding the value of quality of life of that individual. And the idea is to keep them active and happy and live their longer life. as long as the passion of helping another human being is active and is sticking to the heart, and technology will always help us in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandakishwar and Dr. Srinivas. Mr. Manish, what do you feel, since the journalism has taken a different turn, given to many YouTubes has come, you have said, like there are many channels, and there are many individuals who directly shoot videos and try to post by themselves. And that opens a different sectors apart from the regulatory bodies concerns for starting a company in the print media and then run it. So what challenges you face that digitization is hampering the journalism sector?
No, I would rather contradict you. You know, I'm a huge supporter of this digitization, and I again emphasize it's how important that to take it to next level. What you're talking about, the bad news and good news, right? And those are the choices. People have to choose that. There would be in the society, in the community, and the country. It is up to the individual to pick up. But there's a one side what government is trying to do is bring some sort of regulation to control the digital media, and there has been some fertile debate on this, that is it worth doing that? But so far, what I think, it is in the right direction. What things happen in very fast pace, it creates some confusion. It does. And so India is like economy, as a country, is in transition mode. The same thing applied to media. We had a huge tradition of print so far. We also had a television media. Now, digital has taken such a huge paradigm shift. When I say digital, it also includes the social media. It has a huge impact. Let me tell you, it has so much impact that government is built up on that. Election campaign is run on that. A mighty 1.4 billion country's prime minister is chosen based on the perception on the social media. And who drives social media is the digitization. Simply, you talk about local ground. You go at the corner of India, and it's a humongous thing to that. It should be encouraged. At some point of time, it depends on the role in the media. There should be some overarching authority. The people from the media itself, and there could be somebody from the government. They can talk about some hygiene, as I said, emphasize some basic fact, and what is fact, what is not fact. Those things can be highlighted, but then this pace of digitization in media is unstoppable. It is, and it should be continue, it should be encouraged, and there are formats which are coming up. Even you challenge it, it would be unstoppable. I give you an example. I come from a very hardcore print background. I work in all national newspapers, in the Hindu, now Indian Express, Financial Express. Now, I have hired a young journalist, and now there's a format which is called web story. You know what is web story? It is just, it wants your 1 minute of span, 1 minute of attention. That's what you want. What I used to do, when I used to write an article about 1,500 words, standard article, which I talked about policies and all that. You know what, it take me 2 days. I speak with a lot of people. Suppose I'm writing about defense policies. I would speak with industry. I speak with people from aviation. For example, I'm writing about that. Government, policymaker. It would get views, page views, say, example, 5,000. That's the standard one. That's a good article. It could be a Shekhar Gupta article, it could be Manish's article, really. Now, the web story, with the simple picture, visual, short description, it could be about anything. You know how much it attracts? Average 15,000 page view. And in some of them, it could cross more, 1 million. It's just about 1 minute to span. You have in a space called InShot, a news integrator, which is taking country by strides. Believe me, people like me have put in my mobile because I don't have time. I have so much things coming up and I have to write and all that, but I need to know what's happening in different fields. Not because I cover foreign affairs and defense and per se policy matter, but also know what is happening in the health sector. And maybe I'll need to know what is happening, in the crime reporting, in my area particular. InShort does that. Quick reporting, just maybe 30, 40, 50 words. And that's how the young generation is capturing. And they are the future. We are the youngest country in the world. And that's how I think it's all bright. It's all bright. It's shiny. It's only that you need to have a smarter young journalists. They need to be paid well. This is the challenge. This industry is open. Anybody can jump in. You are from IT, or you are from mass communication, you are a media guy, or you are from a management guy. I mean, I studied management. Of course, at liberal arts University of Delhi. You can jump in. So it's a very competitive field. So you need to have some understanding about that before you come in. It will filter out over the time with country mature, system mature. It will think. It will of course be a better place to be. So that's what my whole idea. Yeah.
Well, it opens another discussions over there. But given to time constraints, we can hold it. What I'm looking at is like, you rightly mentioned that print media is there, and now there are different ways of influencing the election campaigns and all. The Trump issue is a different issue. I don't want to go there. But yes, that's an influencer for everyone. I would like to open a last question to Mr. Vivek Kalia, please. So, we have talked about having some malfunctions of the sensors, and you report back to the OEMs and all. So how often this happens, and what is the time frame you take to get these issues resolved by the OEMs? Because aircraft is just one aluminum can, what the people say, and you're in the air. And the safety concerns I'm talking, how digitalization is helping you towards improvising the safety of the aircraft more and more on daily basis.
Aircraft is a mechanical device. It will have failures. It will have failures, but yes, definitely, fortunately, failures are not catastrophic. But components will fail. Components do fail. There are performance issues which happen. And that's what I say, when the data gets transferred from the aircraft down to the airline center which is there, there are people down below sitting inside. The AOG situation in aircraft generally gets resolved 24 hours. That's the timeline which is generally set. It's very stringent timelines, and whether the OEMs or the component OEMs who are there, it's upon them to deliver those components to the airlines which are there, so that the aircraft is up and about again after getting the component repaired. So the ownership is not only on this thing. So it regularly happens, I would say, but you would have not seen that, that there are a number of aircraft which are grounded because of the want of components which are there. So the data transfer keeps taking place. There are systems which are there. As I said, 24 hours is what is the time frame which is available to them. But main important thing is that it's a real-time data analysis which takes place from the data which is coming right from the aircraft's performance in the real time. And that curtails down the downtime of the aircraft. Immediately it comes down. Generally, the airlines will stock up also. If they don't stock up, the MROs which are supporting them will be stocking up those things. And in a rare condition, when it has to go or it has to come from abroad, then only it can take some time. But otherwise, I think the real-time data analysis helps to identify the problem and thereafter get the right component to repair the aircraft. But it happens, it does happen in the airlines.
Right. Thank you so much. Well, to conclude, because we are running out of time, sorry for it, but to conclude in this direction, what Dr. Srinivas, Dr. Nandakishore, Mr. Manish Shah, Mr. Vivek Kalia, and myself moderating the panel, what we understand here is like digitalization is going to be there for the next coming decades long, and we need to have the human interventions to take the decisions accordingly, not let the AI or the machine learning run and take the necessary decisions and the calls, which might lead to some mishaps, specifically because all the sectors are very important. That's why I mentioned we are having the important sectors, the medical industry, the fourth pillar, and the airline industry, where everyone uses on day-to-day life and all the transactions are done. And the government specifically, we need to see how the regulatory aspects of the privacy concerns of the data, the cyber attacks, how do we avoid them, is also a concern aspects over here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to all the four panelists over here, and thank you for the discussions. I request, can we have a group photograph before we leave the session back to last year, please. Sir, please, I'm sorry, Mr. Ranjan Dwivedi, yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry for encroaching the time of this august audience, but 3-4 short points.
High-valued companies and business education should act fast. In this context, I would like to welcome our panel member, 800 million USD. Currently, he's on the faculty staff of a university where he develops and facilitates courses in accounting, finance, management, economics, and statistics. Honored to have you on this panel, sir. Our esteemed panel includes Dr. Dan Leclerc. He is the CEO of Global Business School Network and the chief guest at the Executive Council Forum. A multidimensional global leader who has deep knowledge of the higher education industry and an extensive international network. Dr. Dan improves access to high-quality, locally relevant management and entrepreneurship education for the developing world. Prior to GBSN, Dr. Dan was an executive vice president at the AACSB International, widely recognized as a thought leader in management education. He is the author of over 80 research reports, articles, and blogs, and has delivered more than 170 presentations in 30 countries. A pleasure to have you join us, sir. Next, we have Mr. Nishit Jain, who is a Senior Special Advisor, EFMD Asia, and is in charge of helping EFMD establish projects in India and neighboring countries in South Asia to enhance visibility through different activities in this region through collaborative structures. Pleased to have you as a part of this panel, sir. Then we have Dr. Sandeep Krishnamurthy, who is the Dean, University of Washington Bottle School of Business. Dr. Sandeep is the first Dean of the AACSB Accredited School of Business at University of Washington, Bothell. He received his PhD from the University of Arizona, Marketing with a minor in economics. Dr. Krishnamurthy is a sought-out speaker, giving talks on e-commerce at conferences, workshops, and research gatherings around the world. He has been an invited speaker in Portugal, India, Canada, and among other places. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. Please give a big round of applause to the moderator, Dr. Archbold, along with other panel members. And we request you to commence Management, Social Sciences, and Entrepreneurship Focus Group Colloquium.
Good afternoon, everyone. First thing, I want to thank Woxsen University for appointing me the Gunther Friedel Professor of Management Accounting. And I also want to welcome my guest panel here. A lot of very distinguished people. Now, the thing about it we're going to talk about today is how do we proceed with evolving education. One of the things I remember a lot is that my first experience with computers was actually one of the freshmen in college. And back then, we were learning Fortran language, and it took about a shoebox of business cards just to write your name. Now, in modern times, kids today are much smarter. I have two grandchildren, a grandson, 3 years old, and a granddaughter, 5 years old, and they both have their own tablets. So they're both using tablets now before they even barely kindergarten. Well, we didn't get it till college. So that's just an example of how students have evolved in all the years. So the thing about it is, for us to think that education will stay the same while all the students are much smarter than we ever were as kids, it's telling us that we have to do something and have education evolve also. And as educators, we owe it not only to ourselves but to the future that we make education evolve. And when I say educators, I'm not just speaking about academics. Industry are also educators because we have the experience to, and someone mentioned in the earlier panel, to integrate academic with industry. And so that kind of really brings about that point here. And so today what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask the questions in order that they're sitting. So it's just going to go to a question, but to make it really interesting, the first person the question will be directed to is whoever's next in line, but because this is a team and we're all a team, the other members can add on and even make it more rich in content. Okay? Everybody ready? Okay. So the first question that we look at here, the world of business as we know it has changed. In the past, many flocked to big corporations or brokerage houses. Today, we see many graduates from prestigious schools such as Harvard Business and Wharton School of Business, among many others, that avoid the Wall Street and such, and instead either head smaller companies or they form their own. So the question to you, Dan, is what do you feel is the primary driver to avert the easier path and endure the higher risk of entrepreneurship?
Wow. I'm not sure there's one single thing, but many things converging. And I'm just going to point to one, and maybe my colleagues can add to it. When I first started working with business schools, I think it's fair to say that, for example, incubators in business schools was more the exception than the rule. And developing entrepreneurial mindsets was not really part of the expectation of business schools. Whether it's the cart before the horse, I don't know, but I think a critical reason why is because business schools began to say this is important. Part of it driven by companies, not just by this idea of entrepreneurialism, but intrapreneurialism as well. So I think part of it is really just that business schools began to prioritize this as something they wanted students to pursue and equip them for.
Thank you, Dan. Anybody want to add?
So my view is that, students should probably not just pick the school because of its brand. I think the discussion has to be much deeper in their own purpose, their own context. So they have to ask the question why. Why I'm choosing, and why I'm choosing not just a school, a program that they intend to choose. And it has to go beyond the rankings and the accreditation. I think what really they need to look at is the fact that the environment and the culture, does it suit the requirement of what they really want to build? I mean, it would be sad to say that I want to build something in AI or blockchain or, and I end up in a school which is more generalist. I would rather say that if you really want to go in that space, you go to a school which is, more multidisciplinary one, which is, I think, very, very crucial today, because you might think that AI is essential, but I think it has a lot of ingredients to borrow from schools of design, school of engineering, school of law, school of medical, So it's a whole collaborative approach in future which will define the leading schools. And I'll borrow one aspect on this from the NEP 2020. One of the great moves that India has taken in that stride is, I think, the multidisciplinary enforcement. I would use the word enforcement, that every school in India would become multidisciplinary by 2030. So I think it says a lot in a little sentence that how important it is to have a holistic view as opposed to just a very focused or pointed. I'm not opposed to pointed, but I think a more broader perspective is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandeep?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I think the first thing is a lot of entrepreneurs take this approach which we call ready, fire, aim. I don't know if you've heard of that, which basically means that they quickly jump into launching something. But if you actually go to a business school, I think you get the tools that you need. You learn the value of planning, research, and really understanding what you need to do to be successful. So the value add of the business school is to move students from this mentality of ready, fire, aim to ready, aim, fire. That's basically the delta that we add. And so for the students, I think your dreams matter, but business school is a place where you convert those dreams into actual plans that can then lead to actions and finally the real creation of businesses. So that is really a process that I think is very, very valuable, and business schools can be, really, really good at doing that.
Thank you, Sandeep. Okay, next question for Nishit. Management best practices have always been somewhat elusive as a common agreement among scholars. If you were to counsel students on the best way to manage their company, what will you advise them as the top 3 items of focus to be successful?
In my view, I think the top of a mind would be being curious. So most often when we join an organization, I think we are here to manage, but being curious allows you to learn. And enabling you to learn allows you to jumpstart and take the organization to the next level. So that's the first. Second is being creative. And what I mean by creative is enabling and bringing people from different walks of life into the organizational setting. Because what you may be doing today may not be relevant for tomorrow. And therefore, having people from different walks of life allows you to kind of think more broadly from the market requirements. And the third one, I think, is the fact that you need to create the fun element. And I would say, people need to be enjoying what they do. So culture is what the third C would be to me. Creating a culture of happiness, belongingness, and a culture wherein you feel empowered. So in that sense, I think being curious, being creative, and being, having a culture which is fun is, in my view, would be the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishit. Any additional comments?
Yeah, just, real very high level. I think number one, make sure that you join and become part of a value engine, something where there is business value being created, as part of the enterprise. This is not something where you're just shuffling paper or some bureaucracy, but a place where we're actually adding value, to the world. I think that is kind of, idea number one. Idea number two is this whole idea that your job as a leader is to treat people well. Okay, so if you are in a company where you feel like you're not being treated well, or you feel like, you cannot change the culture, then just leave or don't even join the company. And then when you get the power, when you become the leader, you please treat people well, okay? And we see that even the way the event is being organized. So a lot of hard work going on, a lot of organizers learn those skills here. Respect the people that are doing the work, that make sure that, various things are successful. Pick up those skills in terms of just treating people well. And then I think finally I would second what Nishit said. Ultimately, life is too short. If you're not having fun, it's just not worth it. We also have this clear research now that happy employees are more productive. So really, if we are all so smart, how come we can't create businesses where people are happy? I think that is something that's a challenge for all of us, that we take happiness seriously. And so be happy.
Okay, thank you. Dan, anything? Okay.
Those are beautiful. I have nothing to add to those C's and P's, right? The purpose and the people as well as the curiosity. Great stuff.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Okay, the next question is directed to Sandeep. There's a new school of thought in business education, and it's environmental, social, and governance, formerly, commonly known as ESG. And it's being deemed the new rival to our view of the bottom line. It is viewed by communities, government, and investors as a new way to measure a company's value. So the question to you is, what are your thoughts on the integration of the ESG concept in business school programs?
Yeah. I think the short summary is this. If you do not take the environment seriously, all your stakeholders will abandon you. I mean, this is the summary. And I think it may sound pretty dramatic, but I think that is kind of the reality that we headed to. I think there are some people that are skeptical that ESG has become a sort of a public relations campaign and so on. But the truth is that you have a whole generation that is worldwide that is very focused on climate issues and that evaluate, companies just based on contribution to climate issues. And if we are not able to contribute, you will not have great future employees. You will not have, even suppliers. You may not have community partners. You won't have investors, etc., etc. So the general message that I think that we need to start sending out from business schools is ESG is real, and the E is first for a reason. And if you don't take E seriously, all the other stakeholders, everything else, all other logics start to crumble, basically. So that's something that I hope is food for thought for all of you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Additional comments?
Agreed.
Okay.
We have a pattern here, okay?
Okay, thank you. Okay, next question to the panel. In trying to promote the ESG concept, many have questions on what should be the correct measurement indicators as well as the validity of the measurement. So my question to you, Dan, what do you see as a primary course that needs to be incorporated as part of the standard business courses to fill this need?
So you started with this idea of measurement, right? But you ended with this idea of a course, which may or may not.
Well, how will we teach our students this new concept of the future? So how will we teach our students on what they should be looking for? In traditional business school, we learned they should be looking at revenue, expense, net income. So what do we teach them to measure ESG?
A couple of things, I think, to start. The presumption that the approach should be a course, I would like to challenge. A course in the curriculum is great, but often what the result is that it becomes isolated in the curriculum. Right? So you have an ESG course, and then the finance professor says, well, ESG is something that happens there. I don't have to worry about it. Marketing professor says, ESG happens in that course. I don't have to worry about it, right? So what I say sometimes is this insertion approach is a recipe for isolation. But then again, the integration approach is a recipe for invisibility, right? So if you try to integrate across all of the courses, then it begins to disappear. So what do you do about ESG? I think it requires both. A course, but then we need to lock it together with the integration. So the course becomes a hub or a linchpin that cuts across the curriculum. And two other things I just want to add, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. I think the two critical things about ESG is, number one, we need to think systems, not just our organization. Number two, we need to lead beyond our organization, not just within it. Because things don't change unless you're able to change the system along with it.
Yes, additional comments?
So I would just say that, I second and agree with whatever Dan said. I would only say that we need to have a good equilibrium. And that's very important, especially in the context of ESG. We can't continue to say that ESG alone will drive businesses. What if we are not sustainable? We need a profit center, we need a strategy, and we need a business model. Despite, having a concern for the nature, the ethics, the entrepreneurship, the sustainability, all of that. But I think a good modeling is first, because that is what drives the ESG. You have to have money to run the show. So that's where I'll stop.
Okay. Thank you, Sandeep.
Yeah, so we have to move away from either or logics to yes and logics. So I think, positioning sort of ESG and profit as dichotomous and oppositional is not very helpful. So I think the challenge for the future generation is yes and. So the idea is that yes, we want you to run profitable businesses, and we want you to be serious about ESG. So I think that is really the message. So I don't really think that we should break it down into smaller islands of logic and really pit them against each other, I mean, that's not very helpful at the end of the day. It's not going to buy you anything, you know. So that's my view.
Thank you, Sandeep. Okay, the traditional business practice was to have profit and maximize shareholder wealth. Modern business thought refers to the triple bottom line. In addition to profit, we also look at people and planet. And this is directed to Sandeep. Okay, so in looking at the development of this new learning, how can we change the mindset of our student base to adopt these ideas as part of their curriculum?
Yeah, I think one of the things I tell my students is, don't believe that when you have to join an organization, however fancy it is, that you have to stop being you, right? You have to bring your values to the company, right? So a lot of times people feel like they want to join whatever the company is, you know, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, whatever it is, and they're so desperate to subordinate themselves to the culture of the organization, whatever that might be. I think we start out by telling people that the only way that you can, you know, really start working towards the triple bottom line is by being you, you know, which means that you should be willing to bring up new ideas. You should be willing to say that you're going to, you know, be part of initiatives and so on, and that you're willing to actually lead and really explain to everybody else who you are, you know. So hopefully we can help people understand that they can be themselves in the organization, and that will lead to good things.
Thank you, Sandeep. Additional comments?
Yeah, I agree with that. Innovation's important, and I think culture is important. Business schools are not often purposeful about the culture they build, and I was involved with a project called the Purposeful Corporation, led by an Oxford professor named Colin Mayer, and the whole project concluded with a pretty straightforward definition of what the purpose of corporations is. Remember, Friedman said the purpose of the corporation is profit, right? This is sort of classic, and that stood with us for a long time. But the Purposeful Corporation Initiative concluded that the purpose of corporations should be to solve problems of people and planet profitably and not benefit from causing problems, right? So they had to add that piece at the end. But really, that's the purpose of business, is actually to solve those problems profitably, right? So accomplishing both the and is pretty important.
Thank you. You have anything?
I would just add by saying that, you know, this purpose, vision, mission of schools, of organizations has to be dynamic. Today, what we think, I mean, we think about 3 years today, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, but, you know, things evolve and change very rapidly. So it would be wrong on us to say that we are defining the next 10 years. I think what would be essential to build in a culture of agility and dynamism, having quick approach to adapt to what the context is and be futuristic in the sense that at least that the graduates who are graduating or the faculty who's doing some research has an impact in the near future, which can be measured and then reflected upon. So I would say it has to be dynamic in that sense.
Thank you. Next question, and this will be directed to Dan again, right? So we're back to Dan. So we're back to Dan. Many business programs have moved to a more technical, intensive format, such as computational finance and others. Some have relatively remained unchanged. And your question, what are your thoughts as to whether we are teaching the right courses to prepare students for the future and 2035?
Okay. Should have read these questions in advance. Whether we're teaching the right courses in business schools, you know, I want to go back to something I said earlier. I don't think we do enough to develop systems approaches. I think, let me give you an example. Typically, a strategy course would happen at the end of the curriculum and be framed as the place where integration happens, right? So you start off in silos, finance, marketing, accounting, et cetera, but then at the end, you bring it all together, right?
Yeah.
So I know I'm not addressing the right courses question, but the way we bring those courses together matters as well, the structure. So what I suggest is that we ought to be more integrated from the start, think about more systems approaches from the start, and develop the mindset towards solving problems that organizations and society have, rather than starting with the silos.
Okay, thank you. Additional comments?
I would just add that, obviously, we are all experts out here in the audience, that what courses to be taught, how much to be taught. I would just add one dimension, which is language. I think we should push and encourage people to learn a different language. Language brings a lot of culture. And that culture brings humility, empathy to respect and understand and reflect about others. So tomorrow when we are working in organizations, we don't get to choose our peers. But the peers come from different backgrounds. Maybe somebody's from Korea, one's from China, one's from Germany. But having learned a language has built in my DNA somewhat the acceptance to newer cultures. And I think that would be excellent if, there could be some courses designed wherein you give weightage and value to learning new language, pushing you a little bit out of the normal status quo.
Okay, thank you.
The real opportunity is to integrate technology and business, rather than viewing these as oppositional. As I mentioned yesterday, I think people with pure technical skills can't get it done. People with only business skills can also not get it done. The idea is, how do we marry the two and create bridges between technology and business? That is where the future has to go. So I think in the case of increasing technical subjects, I think yes, there's going to be an expectation that business schools participate in that. But again, it's a yes and logic, that those technical subjects can't stand by themselves. They have to be applied and connected to core business logics. That is what is going to make the difference.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. And so this question is directed to Nishit. The internet and other technology have brought about vast access to knowledge that is learned at a much earlier age than before. Some contend that this easy availability has been a hindrance to non-dependent knowledge, such as knowing one's multiplication table, and other previously solved unassisted problems. Sometimes for simple calculation, we pull out a calculator instead of doing it in our head. So the question to you is, has technology hampered our ability to think on our own?
Well, I think technology was created to accelerate the pace of learning and not to hamper. Yes, to some extent, we're getting dependent on technology overly. Like, we don't want to use a lot of mind to think. We rather use a lot of PowerPoint to present, because it's kind of the thinking is done. It's there. You're just talking about it. Similarly, calculator, like you said. I'll give you a classic example. About 15 years ago, if you asked me to tell phone numbers of my friends, family, and others, it was all on my tips, And today, barring one or two numbers, I can't remember any. So we are dependent too much on our mobiles now to store all of that data. But on the flip side, the good part is that probably I am sort of using my hard disk to probably have some more meaningful things to think about, and use that as an opportunity to, accelerate and do something more innovative. And if that is what is being done, great. If not, then I think it's an area of concern.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
Yeah, this is a multidimensional sort of question. In short, I think technology, we are better off as a result of having more technology. And technology advancements are going to continue. I think it's remarkable, I think, that we've spent 2 days and haven't really talked about ChatGPT, which I think is one of the biggest advances that has happened in technology just last week. And I think it would be irrational for us to say that we are going to hold back technological advancements. We cannot become Luddites. As we have heard all through, the time here, that digitalization and technological advancement are here to stay. So then the issue is, how is it that we're going to make the best use of it? And I always, tell my students that, when you're playing a video game, be careful to make sure that you are playing the game and the game is not playing you. That is the trick, I think, that we have to avoid, that we have to play the game. Meaning we have to set the rules. We have to determine where the investments are going. We have to figure out the strategy and link it to value. We have to apply the best practices and bring them back. This is our, burden, right? And I think technology is just going to advance and the frontier is going to change every single time. But we have to just make sure that we are playing the game and the game is not playing us.
Thank you. Dan, anything to add?
Similar, the classic example of compliments. My right shoe is more valuable when there's a left shoe, right? My mind is more powerful with technology than without technology. I think they're definitely complements, not substitutes for each other.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Everybody give the panel a hand.
Sorry, I kind of jumped in when you talk about finance. That's my area. So I will talk, I interject. But I want to make a point about technology because that's the last point discussed. One of the things I'm scared about technology is what do you do when technology fails and in the classroom? And we don't teach people how to have backup systems because they've forgotten all those systems. And so the question is, that is something that we need to focus on in the future to make sure that technology and other things are complements. Now, since you talked about shareholder value, so thank you, you did that talking. I have to jump in because I'm going to tell you a story about, I heard this from a professor, finance professor, and he said he was teaching for 30 years. And 30 years later, a student of his 30 years ago came into the classroom. And I said, I'm a student. And he said, come down to my office, to my room, I'm giving an exam. And so the student looked at the exam and he said, Professor, these are the same questions you gave me 30 years ago. And the professor replied, yes, my son, the questions are the same, but the answers are different. So my point about this is you cannot take care of profits unless you take care of the people and the profits. So you can marry revenues. Where's the revenue coming from if you don't do what people want? So the point is, the shareholder wealth maximization is still true, except you can't do the revenues and the costs unless you take care of the environment, the people, the planet. And therefore, the people coming in, the new students coming in, are aware of that. They won't come to the university unless you do the right things by them. So that's the only point. Thank you.
I request the photographer to take a group picture. Thank you so much, panel members. I request the audience to give a huge round of applause to our panel members. And now I request Mr. Chahat Mishra, the Head of International Relations and Strategic Development, to please felicitate our panel members. Dr. Dan Leclerc. Mr. Nishit Jain. Dr. Sandeep Krishnamurthy. And Dr. Ricardo Archbold. Moving forward, in this volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, the role of entrepreneurs has become inevitable, and fostering entrepreneurs at higher educations is a necessity. In that context, the role of an entrepreneurial educator is way beyond the classroom and needs various stakeholders to provide perspective on the entrepreneurship ecosystem. To shed light on how we need to elaborate entrepreneurship into higher educations, I welcome our panel members. Our moderator for the last panel discussion for today is Professor Kashyap Kompella, who is the head of Startup Incubation and Strategic Innovation. Professor Kashyap did his entrepreneurial studies at Draper University, California. He's a serial entrepreneur with a demonstrated history of working with startup ecosystem. He's also skilled in marketing and sales, community building, business development, growth, and product management. Honored to have you at this August event, sir. Our esteemed panel includes Mr. Surendra Tipparaju, Director at Microsoft. He sees that human plus machine combination can unlock unlimited potential to shape the future. His core passion today is to bring technology and people together by engaging actively in various forums. Outside Microsoft, he is an active volunteer with IEEE Society, contributing through mentoring in technological forums. His goal is to be a lifelong learner, lead to take challenges, and inspire as many people as possible through technology in every possible scenario to enhance the human condition. A pleasure to have you join us, sir. Next, we have Mr. Shrikant Sinha, who is the CEO of Telangana Task. Mr. Sinha is an Executive Council member at Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University. Mr. Sinha is presently the CEO of leading non-profit organization. He is a leader in the tech for good space and aims to bridge the digital divide and promote grassroots innovation. He is also an advocate for inclusive India with 30 plus years of consistent multicultural global experience. Delighted to have you on this panel, sir. Next, we have Dr. Shrirupa Sengupta, who is the Assistant Professor at Goa Institute of Management. Dr. Shrirupa has a PhD in Women's Studies from Jadavpur University. Dr. Shrirupa's career has spanned over 12 years in diverse sectors like academia, NGO, and industry. She has developed audiovisual educational materials for NGOs on HIV, violence against women, and human rights. She has also conducted MDPs for government and public sector officials in the areas of leadership and governance and gender mainstreaming in policy, planning, and evaluation. We're very glad to have you on this panel, ma'am. I would now request the moderator, Professor Kashyap Kompella, along with the other panel members to shed some light on bringing common sense to higher education through entrepreneurship. Please give a round of applause to our panel members.
Thank you. So I just will kickstart with the first conversation I was having with my fellow panel. I was just asking him like I found that he's using a Microsoft product. So I was just asking him like curiously like, he works for Microsoft. So he just told me that he was involved in the design elements of some of the things. So I think this is probably the spirit of entrepreneurship. Just to give a glimpse to both the academics and the non-academics. I think the first thing is the curiosity, right? So when we talk of entrepreneurship, a lot of people talk of people who solve problems and people who actually create impact through ventures. I think just to give offset to the topic, I think we have three different, diverse kind of profiles here of the panel. So one from the industry, he's been like with Microsoft for over 17 years, right from engineering to, now a senior director. Then we have somebody from the government. I think that's a very different perspective, representing the Telangana government and driving the skill and knowledge from Telangana government. And then we have somebody from the academics, well to suit, the discussion today is about bringing common sense in higher education through entrepreneurship. And common sense, they say, is not that common. Just to, so common sense is very hard, probably one of the hardest things to get. And I think in my discussion with, Sri Rupa, I think she said, while academics, build a lot of, theory and foundations, which is very important, it is the industry and entrepreneurs who actually bring the common sense to the play. I think that as a pretext, not to undermine, of course, any of the academic sort of rigor and the kind of research that is done, and also to give enough sort of impetus on not just building entrepreneurs, but building entrepreneurial thinking, right? I think that could be a pretext of this conversation in the next half an hour. So I'll just quickly kind of give it to all the three panel members to kind of shed some light on, when you say entrepreneurship, right? I think you coming from the industry, what is the first thing that strikes you when you say like entrepreneurship in education?
Good evening. This is a very odd slot to be in before the break, and this being the last session. But we will try to make the best of the time. I think first thing I should appreciate or even admire the person who basically framed the title, bringing common sense to the education from entrepreneurship. It requires some daring to get that title on the slide. First thing for that. And when you say basically entrepreneurship and higher education, and especially with the common sense as the in-between theme, first thing we need to understand, generally common sense is not so common, is a familiar term, right? But is the common sense a static thing? Is something to think about. And I feel common sense is not a static thing. It evolves. It is a continuous thing. As the technology progresses, as we get to see, like for example, we were talking about artificial intelligence and data analytics and all. With that capability, today we are able to make the decisions in much more informative way. And it makes a perfect common sense, which is not really a common sense, at least a couple of years back, when somebody says, I use data to make a decision, okay? So first thing we need to take is this common sense term is a very dynamic thing. And especially in the entrepreneurship, when I see entrepreneurship, what happens because when somebody is getting into an incubation kind of a mode or an entrepreneurship, okay? Three things, especially in today's market. First thing is, every entrepreneur who is out there is trying to reach the market. The reachability is one of the first primary assets or facets of entrepreneurship. The second one is relevance. Whatever the product they're building, is it relevant to the context, to the customer, to the market? The relevance is the most important second aspect of it. And third aspect, which entrepreneurship brings to the every aspect is ability to hit refresh. If the things are not reachable, things are not relevant, one should be dynamic enough to hit refresh. I think these three aspects are the most core elements, which I call it as triple R, RRR, okay? Which is very important, where the higher education can take the clues and prepare themselves in these three dimensions of three R's. which makes much more bridge in terms of bringing higher education relevant to the entrepreneurship.
Thank you. Indeed, a pleasure being present over here amongst all of you today. I think before going to higher education, I would like to go right to our homes itself and our education system in schools, right? When our kids are there, we tell them, eat this, this is good for you. When you come to school, you start with, learn this by heart because there's a recitation test tomorrow, right? When you come to the college, there you are told, this question is important from an examination point of view, right? Where have you got them this thing that was discussed in the last panel, which is curiosity? Where was the thinking coming from? Today, what is happening is, if you look at any technology innovation, what they do is very simple. They come up with a Raspberry Pi or an Arduino board, put some motors, put 3-4 IoT sensors. If it is anything to do with a 3D printed part, they would add that. Now the solution is ready. Now let me go and start looking at a problem. Right? So it's a approach is cart before the horse itself. I'll take a very simple example. My heroine right now is this 11-year-old girl from Telangana, right? One of the rural villages, a school girl. Her parents used to have a problem of getting the right price in the market, right? So what she did was something very unique. Tied 2 sticks on one side, right, with a string, creating a wedge in between, placed it over a bucket which is higher, in height than the 3 utensils that she keeps underneath it. In the evening, when the parents come back from the farm or the garden with the lemons, all she does is rolls it down. The smallest one drops first, the middle size, and the larger one, right? Now that is innovation. That is solving a problem, correct? Our education system is not geared for it. I was happy that, Nishant spoke about the new education policy, because if you look at it, now we are looking at holistic education for the first time. We are letting people understand how to think for themselves, which has never been done in the past. And that's where today, if you look at, should entrepreneurial education be there for all? Yes. Who are we to tell anyone that you can become an entrepreneur and you cannot? It's important today. And what are we looking at in the future? All the skills, etc., that are coming together. Everything that is happening. Industrial Revolution 3.0 was one technology, internet. 4.0 is a host of 10 technologies coming in together, right? Everything is now on the cusp. MedTech, EdTech, everything is on the cusp. We have to train people, right, who will work in this industry. Jobs we have to train for which have never been created. So why not help them become job creators instead of job seekers? And that's the reason why I feel entrepreneurship is a must. It should be done. Even if a person doesn't become a startup today or a unicorn or a unicorn, right? At least let them have that entrepreneurial mindset when they are working in an organization.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Woxsen, for the brilliant event. And of course, the last panel spoke brilliantly about curiosity and creativity, and of course, taking cues from what my learned panelists have mentioned. I think what entrepreneurial intention basically does is we sometimes, and I come from the business school, and I say this in a panel that it does become a little elitist, that we create managers who think they know everything. And we felt almost 10 years ago that that kind of a complacency needs to be challenged. And if you want to challenge that kind of a complacency, you need to throw them into the real world and tell them, go out and solve the wicked problem. That was 10 years back when we took up to teaching entrepreneurship. That was one of the thoughts. The other thing that 10 years ago, GIM or Goa Institute of Management also realized was, can we create managers who seize an opportunity even in crisis? Of late, because of the pandemic, we are now talking more and more about agility. That is becoming part of the ethos of the management education. And also we are talking about, on the other hand, how to create resilient organizations. Now, all of these I'm not saying we were not teaching, but it's the entrepreneurial journey that you do. You have to be agile, you have to find opportunities, and you have to also understand that your plan will fail. So you have to plan for plan B. And that, I think, unless you have gone through that entrepreneurial journey, as just sitting in a class and attending discussing various domains of management, somewhere as a manager, you have not completed the journey or your knowledge is not very holistic. So I think entrepreneurship as a subject holds a lot of value, and we have seen that actually value of teaching entrepreneurship even at GIM, and how our students have kind of really transformed from entrepreneurship being offered as an elective to then becoming part of the core curriculum, and then students themselves setting up a student club to understand and live the life of an entrepreneur, to finally now we have an Atal Incubation Center where the students are being mentored. So rightly, and I do agree that entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial spirit should be an integral part of higher education.
Yeah, I think quickly on that, we just had a brief interaction on that. So as a B school, right, I think one of the first things that students look for is a placement. Now, this is probably a thing that most people don't like to talk about, but I think let's do this because it's a wicked problem as well. So how do you kind of get students to get into an entrepreneurial mindset and eventually maybe, startup founders, while, most of them come with an aspiration to get a 20, 30, 40 lakh package in a company? So how do you as GIM, any best practices that you can share in getting the spirit of entrepreneurship in some of the students?
So I don't think it's been really an easy journey for Goa Institute of Management, and it has really taken 10 years for them to crack it. But initially, of course, very few students became entrepreneurs. Since 2010, we've been offering course on entrepreneurship, and in 2012, we had the entrepreneur cell, which was formed exclusively by the students. Now, that was a game changer in its own way, because students themselves were living life of an entrepreneur, trying and understand what it is, and they got interested. Over years, we had more of our graduating students becoming entrepreneurs. We have about 40 to 50 entrepreneurs now. So now to make sure that in a B school, entrepreneurship can also be a career option, not just the regular options that are there, we invite our alumni. Our very successful alumni who are entrepreneurs, they come in as part of the induction program to say on both hands, being an entrepreneur is not easy. You have to take the risk and you have to take all that comes with it. However, if you are interested in it, this is the journey. I think involving our own students, our alumni, in part of this entire discussion has really helped us to push for the fact that being an entrepreneur can also be a career option.
Absolutely, I think couldn't agree more. Let's switch some gear. I think in terms of the corporate point of view, I think if you've been you've been associated with Microsoft for quite long and you've recruited a lot of engineers. So what's the role of entrepreneurial mindset, especially Microsoft being a very entrepreneurial sort of ecosystem, which, there's a Microsoft startups, right? And you support a lot of startups. So in terms of your, talent, right? And when you look at fresh recruits, how do you kind of assess people in terms of their entrepreneurial capacities? And what role does, education play in nurturing that so that, they're more kind of employable in an organization like Microsoft?
Great question. One thing very important, especially coming out of college and getting into any corporate house, be it Microsoft, Amazon, Google's and other things, one of the important aspects which we look for is, first thing, from the school, what happens? Somebody would have actually had a very good intelligent quotient, and a school, like a business school like this, will definitely teach a lot of emotional quotient in terms of handling situations, success, failures, and other things. With that, there is a certain set of qualification that has been set. Now, once you enter into an enterprise in an organization, there are two very, very fundamental important quotients which we evaluate. One is the social quotient, the ability of a person in order to collaborate, in order to rally the team, and ability to basically share the idea and just basically rally the people behind him, be it his manager, be it his peers, be it his like extended teams, and globally. So the social quotient is the most important aspect. And I have seen over like I've been with Microsoft over 17 years and around 5 to 6 years work in various countries. Once they come into the enterprise, this social quotient they learn mostly on the job, okay? And today, being the enterprise being very dynamic with respect to their quarterly targets, yearly targets and all, that productivity is measured on day in, day out, okay? So the social quotient, because now, without any social engineering, no product or no service is prevailing, okay? So that aspect of it, if we can basically left shift towards the educational curriculum, how somebody is able to handle in terms of a social aspect of it. Because in data science and AI, we call it something called citizen data scientist. Citizen data scientist is nothing but ability to engineer the social aspect of it. Whenever we roll out a product or a service, how relevant it is to the market, how socially it is acceptable. That is one aspect of it. The second aspect of it is, which I call it as cultural quotient. Because every individual, I think one of the previous forums we talked about the culture, every individual has a cultural aspect of it. It is not about the uniformity that everybody joins this company has to be uniform in terms of the thought process, in terms of the product, in terms of services. It is about the unified thought process. It is not about uniformity. So the cultural aspect of what unique he or her bringing it to the table and making it basically bringing the diversity of thought with respect to the product or services is the most important aspect of it. The social quotient and cultural quotient are the two important metrics in terms of succeeding in an enterprise. And that is what has been one of the mantras with respect to my teams. And during the interview process, when we have multiple rounds, generally in Microsoft we take around 6 rounds of interview. Every interview is about 1 hour. And there is a technical round, there is this aspect of social and cultural aspect of it. The underlying theme, when all the interviews happen, the underlying theme this board meets and when they picks it up is, if I am hiring that person, at some point of time, can I work for him? Is the question one should ask, okay? Because if I cannot work for him, I don't think he will be fit into the organization. So that's the kind of a dimension we basically put in with respect to looking at the person and putting him to the success ladder within the enterprise.
So I think amazing point in terms of cultural sort of things. I think a lot of startups want to build a culture, but I think it's a very hard thing than said. It's a very, probably Microsoft has nailed that over a period of decades, right? So now I think if you look at, some of the aspects of Telangana government's initiatives, we have TSIC, which is doing innovation and, helping entrepreneurial ecosystem. So as like task, in terms of entrepreneurial initiatives, is there a specific sort of pedagogy or, curriculum that you're trying to imbibe, which will get some outcomes in terms of educational outcomes?
Sure. Thank you. But just to add to one point what my fellow colleague panelists mentioned, I think we are always talking about placements, right? Any institution talks about placement. Show me one institution which talks about entrepreneurship, right? These many startups have come out of my organization. Till we start doing that, I don't think people are going to look at that effectively. That's point number one. Now coming to Telangana government, and for the benefit of everyone, there are 6 organizations in Telangana which are essentially part of what is called as the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. The first one, of course, is the most common and the poster boy, which is T-Hub, which is, if you have an MVP, you walk in over there, they'll help you accelerate, they will incubate you and move you towards the journey of a Sunicorn or Unicorn. The next one is V-Hub, which is, even if you don't have an MVP, but you have an idea with a woman as an entrepreneur, the lead entrepreneur, then you can get incubated over here and make your journey. The third one is what is called as RICH, Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. So Hyderabad is home to many such institutions of eminence like CCMB, etc. So whatever research is happening in those institutions, how do you bring it back into the industry is what they focus on, more towards life sciences and agriculture. So that's the third organization. Fourth, as you mentioned, TSIC. So they run a program called Intinta Innovator, which is innovator in every home. And their thing is, how do you highlight those innovations and bring them to light? That's the fourth. The fifth is something called as T-Works, which is world's largest prototyping center. While T-Hub is 578,000 square feet of pure innovation under one single roof itself, you have T-Works, which will be inaugurated soon, but the building is coming up. 78,000 square feet of pure play prototyping area itself. So that's the fifth one. And the sixth one is Task, which is creating an entrepreneurial mindset. So we are not into Sunicorns and Unicorns, but we look at how do we create micropreneurs, solopreneurs. And our focus through our unique program called I4TS, Innovating for Telangana, runs with a punchline which is Samajika Avishkaranalu Sarlamaina Jivitanki, social innovation for simplifying lives. We don't jump directly into training people on entrepreneurship development program as normal institutions do, but we step back and we run a 7 weeks innovation and entrepreneurship orientation program, right? Mindset development program. And that's linked to SDGs. So 7 SDGs are being covered over there. Design thinking, what is entrepreneurship, all these things get covered in the first 7 weeks. And after the 3rd week, we start talking about problems and solutions. So last time we did it, we had about 8,000 students undergoing this online program. And this is once a week, 2 hours, hardly any theory. It's more experiential, more we cater to different types of learning styles, etc. And that's how the program runs. Post which, this year, of course, we have got a BHAG of 20,000. So we want to do it across rural Telangana, across the districts. And we would be running this program online. Once this happens, 7 weeks, then you have the ideation workshop, where about 10,000 people would probably come back with some sort of an idea. Majority of them could be Me Too's. We'll bring them now to 5,000 and then 1,000. We would have a 2 days workshop, physical workshop in 10 districts, where we handhold them into bringing some kind of a solution over there. Then they start the journey of a 12 weeks entrepreneurship development program. And that's the typical thing. And still they will not become entrepreneurs. They'll come up to the pre-incubation stage only. So the mission mode canvas, etc., everything, mission model canvas, etc., we'll be doing during that time itself. Last time when we ran this program, if you look at it, we had one person, and the focus is, rural innovation and social entrepreneurship. So that's what our focus is. And there we had some people, one was a sign language interpreter. Second one was, some girls thought that why only female hygiene products should be distributed at Infosys and other campuses, why not at railway station, bus stations, and natural products. Third one was a very unique one, which was in a ration shop, you use a ration card. Anyone can take your card and get out the grains, etc. So using facial recognition, they had created a system where automatically dispensation would happen. Talking about how Telangana government plays a part in it, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, the principal secretary, was looking at this product and he immediately called the Commissioner of Citizenship Services and said, can we actually get this tried out at a ration shop? So that's where the whole thing is. Telangana government promotes entrepreneurs into various kind of procurement, etc., etc. For example, my LMS is developed by one of the startups from VHub itself. So that's how the whole innovation and ecosystem functions over here in Telangana.
Yeah, nice to learn the various initiatives. I think now we're at the end of our discussion. So quickly, I would love to get one insight from every panelist here on what you think could be done, okay, on top of the existing best practices that you're doing to kind of improve the entrepreneurial mindset amongst educators and institutions. I think we have spoken about students, we have spoken about how to become entrepreneurial in mindset, but I think even the faculties, the kind of, entrepreneurship is not just about business, it's a multidisciplinary thing. So while we know that, like, one quick insight that you would say that could change things from each of you, as a closing remark.
So I think
If a student is mentored by a faculty, they can jointly form organizations, etc. also. And that's where I think everyone needs to think in that direction. Think out of the box.
From my point of view, as Sinha sir was mentioning, Telangana government and in general throughout the India, the ecosystem has been very, very well built and building rapidly, especially T-Hub, the Task and TIE. A lot of collaboration forums that are coming up. I am a regular visitor of T-Hub and see the kind of ideas that are brewing. One insight I would take is the educational institutions like Woxsen and other universities should start something called Idea Hub, just like a T-Hub. Idea Hub, where the multiple universities and the colleges within the campuses itself, various divisions, can actually create a repository of ideas by actually debating and discussing various opportunities and various problems which are out there. Okay? Because in business there are only two things which I believe. Either solve an extreme problem or create an extreme pleasure by completely disrupting. Okay? So, and it is futile to basically get an idea, get into T-Hub, debate, and then say that this may not be relevant or ready yet, and then come back. I think education institutions like this can accelerate that process by creating an idea hub and take it to the T-Hub and these forums where the kind of ideation to execution, the cycle can be reduced. That's the kind of an insight.
Thank you for the insight. I think we already have something here called Trade Tower, which I have been heading for the last 1.5 years. So that's the spirit of what we are doing as an incubator inside Woxsen. It's not just for Woxsenites or Woxsen students, but we are open to outsiders. Now we're also going to T-Hub and other incubators to actually see how we as an institution with all the disciplines that we have in design. And so you were saying that we are a business school, but we're a university. Just to correct that, we have multiple sort of disciplines here. We have design, architecture, technology, business, and law also coming, and humanities. So I think one good thing here I have experienced personally is that multidisciplinary approach is something that we can give as a service. And we have been very lucky to get some good consulting projects, not just to the university, but also to the incubator that we run. So there's a lot of trust amongst even startups from T-Hub to come all the way to Woxsen and get consulting from here, because we have various sort of expertise areas in packaging, branding, business model strategy and things like that. So I think good kind of insights from what Telangana government has been doing, and also practices at GIM where the alum have come back and that writes the spirit. I think the closing remark or the insight is, while entrepreneurship has been so pushed because of the need, not only from the industry, but also as an inevitable sort of thing for tomorrow, that I think we need more entrepreneurs to solve problems. While that is there, I think excellent point from Dr. Sri Rupa that there needs to be a lot of emphasis where entrepreneurship is imbibed into the educators also. And it's not just to educators in business or technology, but every faculty or every domain, because they themselves can refine, and build a new personality. So that excellent sort of insight. Thank you all, the panelists here.
Thank you, and it was really interesting to hear. My question is that we all talking about higher ed, and so do I, because that's where I come from. But as a government, I mean, you touched a very important point. How early can they start? So in the K-12 space, I mean, is there anything that we as higher ed players can go and teach entrepreneurship, maybe in a secondary education or a higher school level, so that it kind of starts early and then it's more practiced and tested, and that by the time they come really into the higher ed space is when they really either love it or hate it. I mean, one of the two, as opposed to trying it out from then and it's too late in the journey probably. I don't know if government can do something or is doing something. Thank you.
Sure. Good question. And if you look at people like me who were there earlier, we used to play with something called Mechano, right? Then it became mechanics. Then it became Lego, those building blocks, right? Now everything has become let go. In schools, our children don't create anything with their hands. I think if we are able to bring that culture, and that's what Adult Tinkering Labs also did, right? They said an alternate way of education is through tinkering. Let people experiment, let them try. So that is, I think, something very, very important. We need to bring that creation, that things doing by your hand, back into the system itself. So that's one thing that we need to start with. Second thing is, yes, you can start their education in terms of helping them open their mindsets, right? Thinking about the future, design thinking can be brought in over there. You cannot create entrepreneurs in schools, right? They need to have that experience of real life. And that's where it is different. So you can bring in the discipline, you can bring in the thought process, you can bring in the risk-taking attitudes, etc. at that time, right? And in case someone moves that ladder up and moves the needle up and then moves into entrepreneurship, so be it. You can bring in the concepts over there. And for a country like India, there are so many problems. You don't need to have to step out to find problems. Let them get engaged in finding solutions. And that's where we need to do it. So one of the best ways, we talk about hackathons only for universities and colleges, right? We should start looking at hackathons for schools also. Now, if you ask about Telangana government, of course, our tribal welfare and social welfare schools, etc., are running these kind of programs, right? Because in 11th and 12th, if you look at the new education policy, definitely a lot of entrepreneurship and vocational education will also be brought into from 8th onwards, those 4 years, the last 4 years. So that's typically how it is. So yes, we are moving towards that direction. That's the right direction to take. And I think it's important because our education system somewhere kills creativity. And there have been multiple, documentaries and everything on it. In fact, I forget the name of the British educator who had done a test about a rubber band and how many applications it has across number of years. So 5 years came up with 30 applications, 12 years came up with just 10, and a graduate came up with hardly 7. So that's what happened. So that's where I think institutions can go back to the school, bring in that discipline, bring in that risk-taking ability and everything else. And also do things like very simple. Every entrepreneur who is there, any startup wants themselves to be invested in. But have they sold anything themselves? If they have not sold anything themselves, how do you expect them to make an elevator pitch? Right? So get them to start, doing a farmer's market or sell something in school itself so that they experience. Financial literacy again should be brought in schools itself so that they can understand. ESG, etc., which was being spoken about, the triple bottom line model has to be brought in again in schools itself. And that's where I think educational institutions such as all of us can make a difference over there. That's my take on it. Thank you.
Sorry, you got it. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just to add to that, there's one organization called Metamorphosis. So they have been like playing a good role in imbibing entrepreneurship in K-12. So, and there is this White Hat Junior, which was acquired by Byju's. They also had a, an entrepreneurship kind of curriculum. So I think there are startups, but as Mr. Srikanth rightly said,
the government Udyam is doing that program, right?
Yeah.
Before that, Lend a Hand organization of Gilda, Raj Gilda was doing that same thing. So it's happening. It's happening. where the challenge is. It's a sword hanging on a head. Even if you look at the curriculum in colleges and universities, right? How do you take out the time for this thing? So you have to make the subjects, and that can only happen, thankfully now under NEP, they have given up to 40% can be done online, right? If you look at the model, blended learning model is here to stay, right? Thankfully. So over there you can shift instead of teaching, right? I think we need to be facilitators. And that's where you'll be able to get time out of the curriculum for these kind of activities.
Just to add to that point, very good question and insight. One thing is we as entrepreneurs or the professionals, what we can do, while the system we cannot change, as you said, the CBSE portion is fixed, exam schedule is fixed, there's a lot of pressure. But in the whole year, take one period, like October is usually a vacation week, January is a vacation week. In that, what we are doing from Microsoft, we just have a set of people. We created a concept called time and hope. Okay, the time is basically I dedicated 2 hours of time to go and spend in some rural school, and then create a hope for them that what they can explore. And what you do in the 2 hours is talking about some kind of scenario, simulation kind of a thing, like experiential learning, where you play a kind of a business owner, you play an employer, you play a project manager, you play a kind of a researcher kind of a role, and do some role play. Because in our day-to-day life in enterprise, we see a lot of scenarios. We can actually make them do that play, and we have seen tremendous amount of ideas coming from them. Okay. That experiential learning is very, very important. That is something which we all can commit to. That's what I can.
Yeah, thank you for a fascinating discussion. I am curious. According to the U.S. Small Business Administration statistics, most small businesses fail within 2 years of operations not because of it was a bad idea, but because they didn't have money. So I am curious in terms of the initiatives taken by the governments. When you send out an entrepreneur with an idea, do you get back a lot of people saying, I'm sorry, I didn't have money, or I failed, I didn't work hard? How do you recover?
Users itself. So all these things have to be imbibed in the curriculums itself. So as he was mentioning, role plays and these kind of scenarios play a huge part. Helping them understand what is the market, test beds. Test beds are most important. Half of the people come up with these solutions, and especially, believe you me, I've been in a jury in multiple. Prior to this, I was CEO of NASSCOM Foundation, where I used to run the India's largest social entrepreneurship program called as NASSCOM Social Innovation Forum. A lot of people will come up with a solution, but they have not even tested it, right? Now, all these things add up to failure at a later stage. Entrepreneurs who are the tech entrepreneurs, especially I'll talk about them, they are alone, right? They don't have a partner who can balance the thing. And that's where, as in the panel which is said, tech and business have to go hand in hand. And why only business, finance, etc.? Everything has to go in hand. Today we are talking about STEAM education instead of STEM only. I think that's where we need to do it. As far as government is concerned, definitely, we are trying to ensure that give the right kind of, in fact, there is a 6M and a 2P model that T-Hub has in place to ensure that people who once come into their incubation program move up the ladder itself and they are able to become successful. Government on that side, as I said, supports all entrepreneurs, etc. So we don't have this, for government procurement, the 5-year rule or the 3-year rule. If you are an entrepreneur, we'll go ahead and support you. Thanks.
Thank you, honorable panel members. I would request the photographer to please click a group picture. Can we have another huge round of applause for the awesome panel? I now request Mr. Chahat Mishra, Head of International Relations and Strategic Development, to please felicitate the guest panel members. Mr. Surendra Tipparaju. Mr. Shrikant Sinha. Dr. Srirupa Sengupta. We will now break for some tea and snacks. The refreshments are available in the room across to the venue. We'll be starting the session back in 10 minutes. Thank you. University India, in association with strategic partner ETS India, event partner GBSN Global Business School Network, and EdTech partner Coursera. In the modern world of business, it is useless to be creative, original thinker, unless you can also sell what you create. Entrepreneurship is one of the 5 integral pillars here at Woxsen University. Woxsen means World of Extraordinary Entrepreneurs. My co-host and I also happen to be entrepreneurs. Keeping that spirit, we present to you the best of entrepreneurship and business development presentations. We request the first participant to come through.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Preetham Reddy, a BBA first year student here at Woxsen. So my business idea is about integrating all the players in the medical industry under one platform. So medical industry in India is so huge that there happens to be a break or a gap in the industry that would cause problems. So what I aim to do is create a platform where all the professionals, medical professionals such as doctors, nurses and everyone could connect with each other in my platform through a system that would work like Bloomberg. What Bloomberg does basically is provide information to all the traders and bankers in the financial markets. So what I thought of was a platform if we could connect all the professionals such as the researchers and doctors with the pharmaceutical industry and the medical entrepreneurs that are out there, we would be able to create a platform that will enhance the delivery of medical services. So to that effect, I planned a 4-stage growth plan. The first plan would be creating a platform that is like LinkedIn and Quora for doctors. They can put up their queries and ideas and have them addressed by their peers. So that's the first stage. In this first stage, we aim to get to percolate the 1.3 million doctors market here in India. Once we get them talking and once we get them on board our platform, then we'll proceed with the second stage of the growth plan, which is introducing our app to patients and researchers. Here we can connect patients with doctors through for consultations and all the other medical purposes. And after we get enough patients on our platform, what we try to do is anonymize their data, like all their medical history, and share it with universities. In this stage, universities can share this data with their students and have them address it. Like they can give it for tests so that the students will be in touch with the market. They'll be exposed to all the new advances that are happening in the market, and they'll also know what the problem in the market is. So, and after we cross that stage as well, now in the 4th stage, we'll create a hassle-free knowledge sharing platform integrating all the medical professionals, the researchers, and medical entrepreneurs, so that we can create medical solutions that will be easily accessible to the market. So what makes my idea unique, like there are so many ideas out there in the medical technology arena. What makes my idea unique is I'm trying to make doctors as marketers of my products. So doctor is a person who you trust your life with. And if a doctor is coming and advising you to use my platform, so that I believe makes more sense in a way that my idea is feasible. My revenue model is collecting percentage of the consultation and a mentorship fee from a veteran doctor to a newbie doctor. Like if a doctor has a query and he puts it up on the platform, an experienced doctor will address this query, and for that he'll charge a commission. So we can take a tiny percentage of that commission and use it as a revenue. And in the 4th stage, what I try to do is sell this patient data to pharmaceutical industry. Now that all this data is available with us, it's on our platform, we can give it to the pharmacy industry and they can create better medical solutions. So that is my idea. Thank you. Now it's Ishank's turn. Sir, we can anonymize the data, sir. No one will know who the patient is. Yes, sir. All the personal information of the patient will be removed and we'll just be giving what the problem is. So the data that we'll share with universities and researchers and on the pharma industry, they'll just know what the problem is. They won't know who the patient is. So in that way I can address. So, right, in the first stage only we try to make a platform that is the best of both LinkedIn and Quora. So this will be like the new Instagram. They'll use it so much and they'll love it so much that they'll advise it to others. We have to get this going very fast, sir. Like, we have to get before the curve. Before someone else catch up with the idea, we have to get it out there. Thank you.
Good evening, guys. This side Ishan, and this is my business partner, Krishna. So basically, we are here and introducing Peppa in front of you, which carries for peer-to-peer courier service. So basically, I am a BBA first year student and I came up with this idea after I entered the Woxsen. I felt a bit dull and I craved for some items or objects that I used to get at my local street shops and be it some local markets, which are not available within the Woxsen University itself. So I thought, let's come up with an idea, which is the Peppa. In this, the problem can be sorted very easily. Second biggest problem that I found out, which motivated me for this was, I'm a student, so I basically get my pocket money from my parents, which is a source of income for me. But it's limited and my expenses after coming to Woxsen has increased. So to earn more income, we have initiated with this business. The solutions will be further told by Krishna.
So the solution that we came up for this problem was Peppa. We're creating a platform for the students leaving the campus to interact with the students who are in need of any products available outside the campus, and they can interact with the students and create a way to bring the products on campus, and that way they can also get some monetary returns for their service while also solving the problem of the procurement of the products and solving both the problems stated. Thank you.
Next, Meet and Archie would like to come up and share their business idea.
Hello and good evening, everyone. This is Meet Kakkad. I'm a student of BBA first year. This is my business partner, Archie Agrawal. She's also from BBA first year. So our product, or we say startup idea, is a Pi SIM. So what exactly is Pi SIM and how is it different from the normal SIMs? So basically, in India, children aged under 18 are not allowed to have their personal SIMs legally. This is stated under the Indian Contract Law of 1872. So what we are going to provide is, we are going to provide services. This Pi SIM is not a tangible SIM. We are not going to sell it from door-to-door purposes. We are going to collaborate with telecom giants, huge telecom giants like Airtel or Jio, and instead we are just going to go through online services. We are going to provide them numbers. eSIMs are already embedded in the smartphones that are coming in this new generation. For example, iPhone 14. So what the problem is that after the COVID years, everyone has realized the importance of smartphones and laptops. Students should also have the access to their personal smartphones as well as SIM. But they cannot carry their parents' phone to everywhere they go. So for this, we are creating a solution for the parents as well as the children, and we are going to provide them a SIM which is legally approved by the Indian government, and we are going to provide a Pi SIM to them under their numbers. Now, this is the problem, and the solution is going to explain by my partner, Archie Agrawal.
Hello, good evening everyone. So the SIM is very necessary for adults as well as children in today's era. As we know, they are going outside their house, and in COVID-19 also we have lockdown, and all the students were actually studying from their home. So they need laptops and phones. And for that, they need to contact to their authorities like schools and teachers. So they need their SIM, they need their personal phone. So we are providing them our SIM, and it will give them the proper security concern. And also parents are also, they'll will provide them security, and will restrict spam callers and advertisers also in our SIM. So basically, this is our product.
Sorry, sir, can you repeat? So, sir, our target audience is aged from 3 to 18. So, what security measures is like parental controls. First of all, children are not allowed to go through any explicit data or something like that. Also, we are going to provide them a specific data so that they can only use their phone for useful purposes and not malfunction of any phones. So, this is under security purposes. This is what. Thank you. Who is the next one? Next one is Vaishnavi.
Good evening, everyone. This is Vaishnavi. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. This is Vaishnavi from BBA first year. Here, my idea is science. Science is something like you can talk with the people who are no more in this world. So, usually, many people suffer from depression and other psychological problems when their loved ones, when their loved ones die. So, Science is an app where you can communicate with the people who are no more with you with the help of artificial intelligence. See, you'll be having a voice note of that person who is no more with you. So with the help of AI, you can convert that voice note into a continuous voice, and you can be in a call with that person. And you'll also be having a chat box. So this is a problem and solution. Thank you. Now Spurti and Namrata are going to present.
Good evening, one and all. I'm Spurti, and this is my partner, Vani Kritika. We have come here to present an idea about a startup, basically known as Petsy, the world of pets. So Petsy is all about, it's just a mini world for pets where we provide many services, and it's actually like where you can create your memories with your pets. So the services will be continued by Vani.
So basically, we provide some services which include restaurant, the food which we cannot be easily prepared at home. We also offer that, and daycare. Like many people are really worried about their pets when they go to a long vacation or something. So we take care of the pets with love and affection which pet deserve, and coming to salon and spa, we actually do trimming, grooming, shampooing, conditioning, everything with which pet need. And
So basically our marketing strategies are that we can advertise it, we can through social media, through pamphlets, and through social awareness. And if there is a prior appointment taken, then there won't be any rush. So this is basically about the marketing strategies, and the future growth is like, it's just a startup, so we want to expand it in many other diversifications. That's it. Thank you. The next will be presented by Spurti and Namrata.
A very pleasant evening to one and all. I, Spurti, along with my team member, is here to pitch about our business idea, which is basically about a trolley bag, trolley, which can be makes our life easy breezy. So our trolley bag is all about like makes the customers to carry the bags easily without even lifting it. So our trolley bag will have a button with which clicking the 2-roller wheel will go inside and a 3-roller wheel will come out, which makes the bag to carry it easily even on the stairs. So next will be said by Namrata.
The reason why we came up with this idea is, as a live example, the Woxsenites. Actually, we live in 5th floor, so it's so hard to carry a bag till the 5th floor. To lift it, it's so hard. So with our product, it will be very easy to lift our product, lift our luggage to the 5th floor. And our target market is for the old age people and for the people who are suffering from back pain and period cramps and all stuff. And it is also helpful for the people who are lazy like me. And our future plans is to install a sensor in the luggage so that the sensor can sense that there are the stairs and it can go forward. And we will customize our product according to the customer needs. Thank you. The dice will be handed over by Kevin.
Good evening to one and all present here. Now I'm standing in front of you to pitch a great idea. Okay, so I guess everyone went to airport, right? There you can see like you feel a bit of a hassle checking in and checking out of the airport, like frequently, plus the security baggages, etc. So my product is called Horus. Horus is a SIM beacon technology which is used, okay, let me explain about SIM beacon. SIM beacon is a technology which uses low power Bluetooth to send signals to the receiver and to the communicator. So it works in a B2B business strategy. So it monitors baggage and it has security screening, and even the airports can know the real time location of you, as well as it works as a guide for you for the first time users who are using this product, such as if people never visited the airport, they have no idea where to go, such as the security baggage or the check-in or the boarding gate. So this works as a guide to travel and to check the new locations such as Starbucks for a coffee, or to many just to chill out. Okay, so this is the market strategy is that our mission is to expand our operations to every airport and to make their lives easier and the passengers way safer. Thank you. Now I present Abhigna and Aryan to present you.
Good evening, everyone. This is Simriddhi Ram, BBA first year. So basically, we are aiming to establish a BBO service of our own. So today, we live in a world where we are connected to our culture and traditions. However, there are few gaps in the society. So as you look at the traditional and folk artists, these days they have become from daily paid artists to daily wage artists, because these days they're not being recognized much due to the Western influences. So I pass it on to Abhigna.
This is where our concept of BPO service comes into picture. We are establishing cultures, cultures with K, not inspired by Cardi B's name though. Anyways, yeah, we want to name our startup Cultures. Cultures is a BPO service that functions. We want to act as a liaison between the rural artists as well as the clients in the metropolitan cities and provide them the job work whenever needed. So we could probably go as an app or website, but specifically we aim towards a BPO because we are aiming towards rural markets. So coming to rural markets, the easier it is, the more accessible it is.
So how we are going to operate in the market? As a company, we are
we aim to start our BPO service, but coming forward, we are going to introduce our app and website in the market, where customer and the artist communicate with each other. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end for the Executive Council Forum presented by Woxsen University, India, in association with strategic partner ETS India, event partner GBSN, Global Business School Network, and our EdTech partner Coursera. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us this year. We hope to see you back again. We hope to see you back again in 2023 with the version 2 of Executive Council Forum. We wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
This is Abhishek signing off.
And this is Lasya signing off. And also we request all the guests to wait for a couple of minutes for a group picture. And then guests can leave towards the admin block and you can have a look around for the Student Club's Expo, which is going in the admin block, as well as a small cultural event. Thank you.